παραδοσιακό μέχρι το μοντέρνο στυλ. Κεραμοσκεπές και ξύλινες στέγες, πρωτότυπες κατασκευές με τις πιο αυστηρές προδιαγραφές. Ρουσιάκης Χρήστος. Αναλαμβάνουμε στέγες με όλους τους τύπους κεραμιδιών, στέγες με ασφαλτικά κεραμίδια, στέγες με επικάλυψη χαλκού, αναπαλαιώσεις παραδοσιακών στεγών, ειδικές ξύλινες κατασκευές, πέργολες. Οι κατασκευές μας σε όλη την Ελλάδα σας εξασφαλίζουν την άριστη λειτουργικότητα και εμφάνιση. Οι πέργολες μας κοσμούν τους ομορφότερους κήπους και βεράντες. Γραπτή εγγύηση για την εργασία μας. Ρουσιάκης Χρήστος. 210 83 17 064 και 693 22 98 144 και στο ίντερνετ κεραμοσκεπές.gr.
Τσίνος νικητής του κόσμου κυβερνήτης, μαντήρανος ο χαρισμός, βάρης αβάσταχτος καμός και πέτροκαταλήτης και πέτρο
Όμορφη πόλη, φωνές, μουσικές, απέραντι δρόμοι, κλεμμένες ματιές. Ο ήλιος χρυσίζει, χέρια σπαρμένα, βουνά και για πια πελάγια πλωμένα.
Sparta and Spartan battlefield experiences, I think we can say. He brings an aspect, experience from outside the academic realm, so to speak, firstly that of a military practitioner himself, which gives a very different perspective, and also the role of popularizing and communicating some of the work that we do as scholars.
Thank you very much, and I wanted to start out by thanking Dukas for inviting me. Thank you so much for letting me participate here. I was hopeful to speak to this from the lens of a military practitioner. I won't give you my full resume, but suffice to say I've spent a life. I fought in Iraq 3 times. I've been involved in domestic disaster response in the United States. I've been a police officer. I'm currently a firefighter up in New York State. One of the things I think doesn't really need dispelling that we've agreed on here already is this thing that I have called the bronze lie in the book that I published, which is the idea that the Spartans are super warriors, that they don't surrender, that they don't run, that they, and using the, I think the best quote is the Herodotean one, that they abide at their posts and there conquer or die. And this is not true, and it's manifestly not true. And even a cursory examination of the sources shows you that it is not true. Herodotus says it's not true. Pausanias says it's not true. Thucydides says it's not true. But one of the things that I find so troubling about that, and I'm really, really grateful to Dr. Morris for this, is that he gave me vocabulary for it just this morning, which is this idea of 2 Spartan mirages. Because when I first started this project, I would go on social media and say, well, this myth of the Spartans is not true, in the goal of defanging the far-right use of it as iconography, which Professor Hawkinson talked about in his talk. But a very troubling thing happened immediately. Those on the left started saying, yeah, they were all Nazis, and it was a horrible slave-owning society, and that's not true either. And what that does, what both of these things do, is they prevent us from seeing the real Sparta. And I was so moved by what Professor Cartledge said, and what Mayor Dukas said during the opening ceremony, is that when you study Sparta, you fall in love with Sparta. One of the things I was just joking about showing Dr. Morris is, I don't know if any of you met Sarah last night. While I'm here talking, she doesn't want to sit through all these talks, so she's on the ancient Acropolis. And she sends me the picture of the amphitheater with the Tegetos range in the back. And I won't say the profanity she said, but she was so moved by it, and I can see her falling in love. And that is the thing that motivated this project. I don't want to slam the Spartans. I want to see the Spartans in their humanity. And one of the things that you learn when you're a military practitioner and you fight in wars is that even the most elite and impressive warfighters in the world make mistakes because they're human. Like me, I don't know about you, I have mistakes for breakfast, and the last thing I do before I go to sleep at night is mess something up. And that is certainly true of all human beings. Now, some of you may know that I'm a novelist outside of this. In my approach to history, when I do narrative history, absolutely history has to be built on a foundation of uncompromising scholarship, but I'm trying to popularize. I'm trying to tell the story that will engage the widest audience. Basically, I'm trying to turn to the world and tell them why I love Sparta, why I'm fascinated by this culture. And you do that when people identify with humanity, when they see themselves reflected in the human story of the people they're examining. So this slide you recognize from Stephen Hodgkinson's presentation. This is John Bolduc, who I pretty thankfully did not win the seat in the Senate of New Hampshire. And he comes out with his upside-down lambda, which I found out later he thought was a V for victory, which I guess he can be forgiven if you don't agree. But what does he say? We have taken their arrows, he says. We have taken their arrows. Well, that's true. The Spartans on the Colonus did take their arrows. They took them through their aspies, through their aspides, through their arms. They took them in their bodies. They took them in their throats. They were killed to a man. Don Bolduc doesn't know that, right? Don Bolduc is interested in the myth of what happened there instead of the reality of what happened there, which I would argue reflects just as much credit on Spartan arms in recognizing that defeat. I want to show these two figures on the left here. Some of you may recognize we have Leonidas, and then we have Brasidas, and I want to say something briefly about each one. With Leonidas, I don't think we know much about him, right? We certainly don't know much about his humanity. We see him showing up for a battle. We have a couple of really cool sayings in Plutarch that are extremely dubious, probably apocryphal. But still to this day, Leonid is one of the most popular boys' names. Half those people out there fighting Ukraine, on both sides, Russia and Ukraine, are named Leonid. Everyone knows who Leonidas is. You know who that is? That's Brasidas. Almost nobody knows who that is. And that is a real Spartan hero and an incredible human being. And we know a lot about Brasidas. We know his whole career. And we see a human story arc at Brasidas, which I'll tell you about in 1 second, and you'll recognize. With Brasidas, we have him charging down the gangplank at Pylos, right? In 425 BC, which is just up the road. And we have the Seloi gathered at the bottom of that gangplank, and they pepper him with sling stones and arrows. And he falls back into the ship, and his shield slips off his arm. And he is not ostracized or cast out of Spartan society, is he? Which is what's supposed to happen with Chrysanthus. He was defeated, right? He should disappear from the narrative. But that isn't what happens. What happens is he lives and he learns like a human being. And when he goes north after Megara, when he takes Acanthus, when he takes Stabios, when he takes Torone, when he takes Amphipoli, he does it without fighting. Soft power, coercion, treaty, threat. Now, I don't have sources that prove this, but you can see the human evolution of this amazing Spartan hero, a real hero. The kind of hero who makes mistakes like I do. The kind of hero I can look at and be like, wow, I could be me. And look at the memorials we have of them. We have a bronze statue of Leonidas that you can see from a highway. You can practically see that thing from space. But if you want to see a monument to Brasidas, you got to go into the Archaeological Museum at Amphipoli, and you got that box with a laurel wreath on it. I'm very, very glad we have a street here named after him. But this is the point I'm trying to make. Indelibly, both are Spartan heroes, an incredibly important Spartan culture, but it is in Brasidas' human story that I see the solution to these two mirages. And that is what I'm hoping to address in this work. So what did I do? I did something very, very simple and not particularly brilliant or complicated. If we are predicated on this idea that Spartans are the greatest super warriors and that they never surrender, they never run away, they should win all the time. Okay, let's keep score. That is the scorecard on the right. It's one slip of it, but in the book I think it's something like 6 pages. And now I was not exhaustive. I couldn't get through all the Spartan battles, but I got through most of them. When did they win? When did they lose? When was there a stalemate? Did they surrender? Did they run? Was a king killed? Was a general killed? And I think if you notice in the center here, I tried to be as holistic as possible. I was trying to look at the aggregate of Spartan organized violence. How did they fight at night? What about on the sea? Good terrain, bad terrain, sieges. Were they surprised? Did they surprise someone? Again, looking for the aggregate. Now, one interesting point here, and I'll make this a lot. I was really hoping that this would be a jumping off point for more detailed study on any one of. You could pick any one of these things. Sparta in skirmishes, Sparta at sea, Sparta in set piece battles, and really dive into how that performance works. And what do we come up with? 126 engagements. They lost a little more than half. Is that bad? Clearly not if you look at Sparta's ability to project policy through both the classical and Hellenistic age. The only way to know if that record is bad is to see it in comparison. How did Athens do? How did the Boeotians do? Right? I don't know. I haven't done the same numerical comparison. Somebody should. I think that ideas are currency in academia, so maybe I've just given that one away. But if you want to do it, heck, do it, please. We need to know the answer to this. And I'm embarrassed if someone already has done it. So the question to this is, and this is very, very important. I'll say this again on the next slide. I am not comparing Sparta to any other poleis. I am not comparing Sparta to any other ancient military force. I am comparing Sparta to its own men. That's it. That's it. So what's the obvious question? Okay, we got 50 victories, 5 stalemates, 71 defeats, according to your analysis, right? Why? Why? Why did Sparta perform that way? And here's where a military practitioner's lens, sorry, I'm keeping track of time, is useful. First, some notes and caveats before I start. I get very frustrated by autodidact warfighters like myself who think that you have to fight in a war to be able to talk about military history. That is nonsense. John Keegan is perhaps the greatest military historian ever, and he has never been in a fight in his life. Jennifer Roberts' The Plague of War is my favorite book on the Peloponnesian War. She's not a soldier. It's just nonsense. You do not need that. If you need absolution from someone who's fought in Iraq, I give you that absolution. But I will say this. A military practitioner's lens is useful because there are universal truths that hold across 3,000 years. A perfect example, when I was a Coast Guard officer, we had to close down the East River for the UN General Assembly. And I specifically put my gunboats by the stanchions of a bridge because I knew that it would cover our flank and keep passenger vessels that were going to get around behind us and enable us to block the river. That has to sound familiar to you. People anchor their flanks on terrain. I mean, 191 BC Antiochus does it in Thermopylae, which is reported to Napi very, very accurately. These truths remain universal. What's the role of morale? What's the role of a logistical chain? So while you certainly don't need to be a military practitioner to know this stuff, it helps as a lens for analysis, and I wanted to make that point. Again, a jumping off point to more in-depth study. Again, not unique to Sparta. When any point I make about Sparta's military record could totally hold true for Athens, could totally hold true for any other power here. I was only interested in performing that analysis so that when someone says the Spartans were the greatest warriors in the world, no, they were not. They were human beings. And in fact, embracing that humanity is how we truly connect with Sparta. We're missing an opportunity when we look away from it. Again, not to slam the Spartans, but to see them. One more insecurity I have to get out of the way. John Ma from Columbia said, man, you got to throw Pausanias, the geographer, not the region, in the trash. And you got to throw Plutarch in the trash. And he makes a good argument. I think that especially when you consider the Messenian War, there's clearly Messenian myth-making happening post-Megalopolis, right? You have Messenian people that are trying to create a foundation myth, and Pausanias is playing to that. Got it? Okay. But we don't know what sources Pausanias is drawing on. And two Hellenistic sources he's drawing on, but we don't know what other ones he's drawing on. With Plutarch, pretty obviously flawed source, right? Hundreds of years after the case, he's a moralist, he's not an historian. He's trying to edify his audience to make points about these Romans who may be patronizing him. But again, I know that Plutarch is drawing off of a letter from Pyrrhus. He's drawing off of a letter from Scipio Nasica that we don't have anymore. What else is he drawing on? So my approach with these Hellenistic sources is don't throw them away, but be very careful. So I just want to say that before we proceed. Oh, one more point that I love to make, and I talked about this with Professor Hodgkinson, which is that I see a lot in the Vita Lycurgus, Cleomenes III establishing a despotism and saying, well, I'm just taking us back to the way we always were, the correct way that we were, instead of possibly I'm creating something totally new in this despotic thing. Okay. So, this is not all of the conclusions I reached, it's just a sample. And these are four things that I think I see in the patterns when we look at all their battles that are occurring in Spartan arms that may speak to that record. And these are specifically military practitioners' points. So the first one we have up there, good order and discipline, and what we call C2, command and control. And these are terms that in any modern military you're going to hear. And they're pretty self-explanatory, but let me just be clear. Good order and discipline is, when you give orders, those orders get obeyed. I want you to picture something very clearly here. Remember, even in ancient warfare, even in archaic ancient warfare and geometric ancient warfare, we have Aristotle-led war bands. Looks like a mob, right? It's not. That's a war band. A war band's not a mob. Maybe loosely formed, but Promachus steps forward and shouts his lineage, and then the two fight, right? But that's a military organized way of doing it. It's not a gang fight, right? Like there's an order of battle that's occurring there. And good order and discipline is necessary to maintain that. And it's very important to remember. And then C2 is critical, is that if I, as the polis, have a policy objective, I have to be able to rely on my command to act on that objective. They have to accept my orders and carry them out. And that's true for organized warfare across civilization. Those two things break down, you don't have military organization and prosecution of objectives. And I think that that's universally true from then. Insufficient resources, successfully prosecute operation objectives. So this, I mean, there's two terms you'll hear in modern military. One is force projection and the other is combat overmatch. What that means is we got the guns, we got the bodies to do what we want. We can project policy. We have the power to do it. And this also plays out in the confidence, and we'll see this in a second. So if you lose in a battle and you're lying to your own troops about it, I think the two battles of that happen, I know you can too, then you got a problem in this department. And again, not unique to Sparta, doesn't even speak poorly of Sparta, but it can speak to the record. Failure to scout and conduct adequate reconnaissance. You need to know where you are, where the enemy is, what their capacity is, what does the terrain look like. This is, I mean, you can see scouts in the Battle of Kadesh and Megiddo. This is the new stuff. Spartans have some patterns in the battles of not doing that effectively. And then failure to adapt. Look, a lot of ink has been spilled on Spartan sclerosis. A lot of ink has been spilled on Spartan military conservatism. I actually disagree. The Spartans adapted a lot. No one can read the account of the siege of Plataea at this attack and defense leapfrog and say these guys are not adapted. Look, Plutarch talks about Cleomenes III and Seleucia that they're armed in the Macedonian manner. They're reacting to adaptations on the battlefield. It's not a legitimate accusation. The sources don't support it. But you could say they're not adapting fast enough. That is legitimate, right? So important one there. And I'm sorry, I know I'm talking really rapid fire, and I'm just trying to be cognizant of time. Probably not going to get through all of these. Okay, so I'm definitely not going to get through all of these, but let me at least show you my methodology in breaking these down with one of these, and I'm happy to share the slides with folks afterward. So we'll start with the first one, good order and discipline, command and control. Okay, so the Battle of the Kings, that's my name, because no one named this battle. But if folks remember, this is Theopompus riding out against Euphrates on the Messenian side. Breaking ranks per Pausanias. I understand Pausanias is problematic. He's defeated. He runs, takes his army with him. Okay, I want to say something. Kings riding out in front of their armies and engaging in single combat may be culturally appropriate. It may be historically appropriate. It's not unique to Sparta. Not faulting Sparta for anything. But it's a bad idea if you want to maintain good order and discipline and have effective command and control, right? So it's an explanatory device when we're talking about what's going on. Okay, assault on Samos. I love this. So I don't know how many folks remember Archias and Lycopos. And I'm sorry, I bounce back and forth between the Latinized spelling and the Greek spelling. I'm all over the place. Apologies. So if you remember, Polycrates sends out through a sally port in the walls. I believe it's a force of archers. Anyway, they do not do well. And the Spartans mop the floor of them and send them back through that sally port. Well, the next thing we know, Archias and Lycopos are inside that sally port getting killed, and they're buried with great honors. And it's a wonderful story, and who knows, it may even be true. But if it is true, what does it demonstrate? That Archias and Lycopos were Franks, that they left their unit, which you cannot do if you're trying to maintain a military objective based on good order and discipline. I don't know how developed the phalanx was in 520 BC. In fact, I kind of am being convinced more and more by Roel Clinendites were talking about maybe there was no phalanx. I don't know if folks are familiar with him. I don't know how to spell his last name. It's a Dutch last name, but he's probably, in my opinion, one of the greatest forerunners in how we're thinking about classical warfare today. But if we do think that there was a phalanx, we understand how that phalanx works. The aspidades have got to be overlapped, or you have a serious problem, and these two guys are gone. That's not good. So very important breakdown there. And now, this is a command and control example. So Demaratos and Cleomenes ride out to punish Athens. And Demaratos refuses to fight, effectively dissolving the army. Okay, now, again, totally appropriate for the time, maybe totally appropriate for how, certainly seems to be appropriate for how Spartan kings behave over this period. But from a perspective of a polis's ability to project policy through its commanders, which is the function of command and control, is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Now, the debate could be had about to what extent is the king himself the instrument of projecting that policy. But again, I'm looking at this solely from a military practitioner's perspective, and this is not good. Okay. Cleomenes the First's response to exile. When the state sets a policy objective, you get lost, and you are subordinate to the will of that state, you accept punishment. Again, plenty of examples where this doesn't happen. What does Cleomenes do? He goes to Arcadia and he raises an army. Not good order and discipline, not good command and control. We have the same with Demaratos. He is unjustly disenfranchised, if you believe the story of the bribed oracle and what happens with him. But his reaction to that is to provide aid and comfort to the enemy and seek to overthrow his own state. You may feel that that's a completely justified thing. You certainly could be forgiven for that. But from a military perspective of the state's ability to project policy, it is disastrous. And that's an example there. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. You know the voting couple story with the Montferratus? There's a wonderful, I think it's Richard Hook painting of this, where you got Euryalus and Pausanias, the regent, not the geographer this time, standing in front of him, and Montferratus is voting with his pebble, and he's got this, it's like as big as your head. He's about to throw it. Well, look, we don't know that that's what he did, but of course, like that's how I picture it. You have all these hoplite marching past, kind of uncomfortably looking at this exchange, which, if we believe Herodotus, takes all night, which is pretty serious when you're in the middle of a battle. Also, Montferratus is a lokanos. Now, there's certainly debates, I kind of line up with Lazenby on this, of how many men are in a lokoi, but it's reasonable to think it's between 500 and 1,000 men. So when your lokanos refuses to move, and your response is, which is Pausanias' documented response, oh well, stay here and get killed, this is a problem, right? This is a problem when you're trying to prosecute a military objective. It works out. It works out very well for the Spartans in Plataea. But when you're trying to explain why we don't have more wins in the win column from a military practitioner's perspective, this is a good example of that. Pausanias' self-interest post-Plataea. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, he intrigues with the Persians. He intrigues with the Helots. You know, he carves his name, just his own name. I mean, it's tough. Oh, and this is another term that you used, Dr. Morris, which I love, contested memory. I'm going to use that all the time. Boy, do we have a contested memory problem when we're trying to make sense of Pausanias' actions post-Plataea. But if even a fraction of it is true, it certainly fits in with what we know of Demaratus and Cleomenes' behavior, and we have a good order and discipline problem here. Okay. First Matinea. May I just say, and I'm keeping track of time, may I just say, I am so frustrated that all anybody talks about is Thermopylae, which is the defeat of Spartan arms. Meanwhile, we have First Matinea, which is one of the most brilliant Spartan victories in the world, and nobody has heard of it. It makes me crazy. So, First Matinea, we have, so the Thucydides is one of, from military history, this is probably like everyone's favorite line from the Thucydides, is that, think about it, right? If you're, whether you're overhand or underhand, and you have the Argive grip, right? So your aspis is right here. And if any of you have done experimental archaeology, I highly recommend you do, because I love this stuff. That's really how you learn. Your shoulder's in the bowl, right? And your aspis is here. Boy, is this scary, because it floats. It's 22 pounds, man. It floats here, it floats there. You're trying to sort of support it on your thigh. So what happens when you advance? And Thucydides talks about this. The shield that's going to cover you is here. So you do this. You don't know you're doing it, but you do it. I'm telling you, I've done it. My life isn't even in danger. You go to the right. So both of these lines of man today are doing this, and they wind up overlapping. And Agis II, who gets a bum rap, goes, oh man, we're going to get flanked on the left. So he detaches the Skiritai, right, and has them float out to the left. Well, now there's a hole in the line. And he sends orders to Hipponoides and Aristocles to close that gap, and they don't. They don't. Why don't they? Nobody knows. My theory, August II made a surprise truce with the Argives prior to this battle, and people were pretty upset with him. And if we see the prickly nature of Spartan honor, at least in Amphiaratus' case, we might think that they were like, I'm not listening to this guy. And I can understand that. That is not proven. But the point of this, again, from a military practitioner's perspective, is it doesn't matter why that happened. That gap didn't get closed. And it almost cost them the battle because it was exploited. That's really serious. Now, the fact that Augustus II managed to pull it together, or at least his command staff managed to pull it together and execute one of the most brilliant victories of Spartan arms, which we should all be talking about more than Thermopylae, in my opinion, is something to his credit. But when we speak to good order and discipline and command and control in the Spartan record, this isn't in the ledger on the red side, I guess you could say. Keeping track of time. Okay, Kinosema and Abydos. These are naval battles. Now, as the example I just gave with the closing of the river that I gave with the Coast Guard, remember, in hoplite warfare, which we're always thinking about, when you're fighting, you don't want your attention to be split. You want to be focused in what's right in front of you. If I don't have to worry because I got somebody here and I got somebody here, that's a good day, right? The second that I lose one of my comrades, now I've got to worry about this and that, you're in trouble. And that's what being outflanked is. And if you're attacked from the rear, it's even worse. The same is true for naval combat. A lot of people don't understand. Well, I got a crew. They can fight Port Anstar. Sure, they can, but it's a lot easier to only have to fight one, which is why naval formations matter. And in both of the cases of Kinosema and Abydos, we see those formations abandoned. In the case of Kinosema, it's because they're in pursuit of fleeing defeated routing ships, and in the case of Abydos, they themselves are retreating and they become strung out, and they're allowed to be defeated in detail. Very important. Oh, Clearchus at Byzantium. This is mutiny. The Ephors say, don't go to Byzantium, come home. And he says, no. And they send an army to get him. Not good orders, but not good command and control. And it's so interesting because Clearchus' reputation, because of his participation in the Anabasis, and in Cunassa later, is really vaunted. And nobody talks about the fact that he rebelled against Sparta. So again, and I repeat this, and we are at time, so I'll cut it short. But the point I want to make about Clearchus is that, again, not unique to Sparta, doesn't even speak poorly of Sparta, but it does speak to its record, its military record. So in closing, I'll just say again, I'm apologizing I didn't get through all of these. I'm happy to share these slides with you, anyone who's interested in them. This is just a fraction of the conclusions. But the thing I really want to reiterate, because I think it was so important, is I want to return to Mayor Ducas's and Professor Cartledge's point, is that the whole influence of this, and one of the things I heard in that opening ceremony, is that we love Sparta, and we want that humanity to be projected around the world and have people connect to it. And people connect with humans. They don't connect with statues. And being honest about those mistakes and flaws and engaging with them, that is not a negative. That is something I think that will improve the world's interest of and love in Sparta. It certainly did for me, and I think it's something we need to prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. There's a lot of ideas there and questions, and I also had this idea going in my head. As I said, we talk too much about Thermopylae, but often it's Thermopylae remembered as a military thing. So the whole discussion that we had, we have time for several questions. So please use the microphone so our translators can.
Let me get my.
Yes, please.
Do I stand here?
Yes.
Great. Okay, Mike. No, Anyway, thank you. I'm very happy to find out about your book. I didn't realize that. I think it's great that we're getting people with real life, military experience interested in this. I think this is really wonderful. And it's very good, again, for what they used to call impact. They call it impact in the UK. Really kind of getting the record out kind of with Sparta. And I want to applaud you really for all of that. And a great, again, your wonderful enthusiasm. Now, I'm going to defend the Spartans. I spent my entire career studying mostly Athenian democracy. And so I'm very much like Xenos here. But I just want to put some kind of thoughts, and I'd be curious. First of all, you have this, it's great, it's a list. Lists are very important, but the thing is, one needs to make distinctions in lists. And there are differences between losing a skirmish and, for instance, and losing a major battle. And again, that would also have to be broken down. Secondly, there's also a difference between, again, before Leuctra and after Leuctra. I mean, how many of those defeats are before Leuctra? How many of them are after Leuctra? Secondly, the other thing is that, again, in winning a war, the only important battle really is the last one. George Washington, you know better than I would, lost most of his battles, except for Trenton and Yorktown. But winning Yorktown was all that counted, basically, because that basically helped to win the war. And I think actually if you made a similar list, actually, of the battles between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany between June 22nd, 1941 and April of 1945, I'm sure if you actually made a list of, who won which battle, I wouldn't be surprised if the German army actually had many more victories than the Soviets did. The Soviets didn't start when they stop them at Moscow, but then they come and they have Kharkov in the spring, disaster. They do win at Stalingrad, but basically they don't have any major victories until after the Battle of Kursk in the summer of 1943. Then they do start winning. But after that, it's one defeat after another defeat after another defeat. It doesn't matter, because they win the last battle in Berlin in 1945. So that's just another thing. At any rate, this is a very rich paper, and it's kind of a testament, actually, for your enthusiasm and your thoughts, which are really, I think, are wonderful. But the other thing is is poor command and control. Well, you've given examples of poor command and control, but the one thing, and you're absolutely right to talk about the Battle of Mantinea in 418, yes, they start off badly, but the fact of the matter is Thucydides is very clear that Agis in the middle of the battle is able to get a command. He's able to pass it down through the command structure, and he's able to swing one wing over to the other wing, and it makes a huge difference. And a similar thing happens at Coronea. It's not quite as successful. Is that the Spartan commander has, the one thing is about the king has, again, is you have unity of command. And that's one of the problems with other Greek armies. I've written on this, I can give you the article. One of the problems of other Greek armies, they don't have unity of command. And this gives the Spartans, plus they also have this command structure which Thucydides comments on because it is so unusual. So maybe you're absolutely right and I think this way of kind of getting away from this idealized view of this kind of perfect Spartan army that does win everything because they're perfectly disciplined, and that's wonderful. Amen. I'm totally with you. But on the other hand, we really need to compare the Spartan army with other Greek armies. And the fact of the matter is, before Leuctra, their record is also very, very good. And in terms of also winning the last battle, their record in the Peloponnesian War is up and down. But they win against Watermoy, and that's all that counts. Right. And the same thing is in the Corinthian War. Yes, in another battle, I must say you could have, which is very interesting, is Lycaon in 392, which is one of their biggest defeats, which has got a very lot of interesting, I think, points for you, too. But the fact of the matter is Antalcidas actually cuts them off. They win their last battle in 387, and they get the peace they want. So at any rate, that's again, all these questions, all these comments are just a kind of my praise, actually, for an extremely stimulating paper.
Thank you. Let me respond to a few of those. First of all, I agree with everything you said. And one of the things I mentioned in one of the earlier slides is that, yes, this is a first attempt at listizing it. And it absolutely requires more in-depth study. I think it's a great question, did they win or lose more post-Leuctra? I think it's a great question. Well, do set-piece battles matter more in terms of policy versus skirmish? I do want to say that I also want to add that one of the other points made there is that, look, what did Clausewitz say war is? War is the advancement of policy. He says by other means, but we can even drop that part. What is the goal of a war? Are you out there to kill each other because it's fun? No, you have a political objective, a national policy that you're attempting to project. And however you can achieve that is how you achieve that. And the example I gave of Brasidas' northern campaign, mostly without fighting, is a good example of it proves your point of the battle that when it matters is the last one. I agree with you about unity of command being a Spartan advantage. However, I do want to bring up 2 points that don't disprove but amend it. One is Agus II backs off of a rash attack at the beginning of the first matinee because he's got a council of advisors that are, don't make one sin worse with your being embarrassed over them having demolished your house and fine you 100,000 drachmas. And then we have Cleombrotus before Lutro, who's told, hey man, you went campaigning in Boeotia, you didn't do anything, you better not retreat now. So if there had, there's a unity of command argument to be made there in those cases, it certainly was influence unity of command. And then finally, your point on Lecham, I'm so glad you brought that up. If I had time, it was on my last slide. Lecham was new. It's Factoria. It's the uselessness of the ekdromoi, the Spartan runner out, is that they don't have a heavy infantry answer to light troops. They throw a rock, you come after them, they run away, and they come back. And in fact, if you believe Pausanias, that was a similar tactic used at the Battle of Ithome during the First Messenian War. So these are all wonderful points. Thank you so much, and I agree with everything you said.
We're running quite short on time. Maybe Alan, quick points.
Okay, so I don't need this. I was ready for Greek. And again, thank you to the translators. Thank you so much.
Thank you very thank you very much for that talk. And again, it was Ed's issue about lists. Because one of the things that I think is important is this idea of change over time, obviously. So one of the things are whether Spartans do better in set peace battles than when war becomes more asymmetrical. But the other one is the composition of their armies. Something I worked on years ago, a piece on mercenaries in their armies. Over time, we have fewer and fewer Spartans actually fighting. We get down to cases where you'll have a Spartan commander with actually very few Spartans working under him. So to me, there are these big structural issues that also could be having an effect on when and where and how they lose. So just wanted to raise that point.
Yeah, so this is a great point. Also on a later slide I didn't get to, but I'll just bring up the best example of what she's describing is when Agesilaus goes to campaign in Asia Minor, he has 30 homoioi. 30. Everyone else is a Neo-Damadeus, which is a free helot, or there is allied Ionian Greeks that are marching with them. The oliganthropia, the degradation, it's probably the wrong word, the diminishment of the Spartan citizen franchise, which, by the way, is a fly in the ointment of wealth equality, right? Because that's believed to be a cause of it, absolutely has an impact on their policy and on their force projection. Fortunately, there are a lot smarter people than I am writing on it extensively, but you're absolutely right. I fully agree with the composition of the army changed. Excuse? Of course, sir, please.
First of all, Mike, excellent presentation. Really, thank you. We really appreciate all your work and your enthusiasm. And what you mentioned, how much was also part of the teamwork that the Spartans had and the discipline of the whole unit, and what difference it made to have a strong commander.
Yes.
Brasidas was a strong commander. Philippus turned the whole Peloponnesian War around single-handedly. He didn't have any Spartans with him.
Yes.
Xanthippos turned the whole Carthage army against the Romans, and Clearchus too.
Yes.
So it's very interesting what you said about the ability of a single commander to do great things. And I think Cleombrotus has been misread. I think he was right all the time. But what they asked him to do was completely useless. And then in the end he said, okay, you want war, let's go to war.
Yes.
But he knew that things were not going to turn out. So I think he was a much wiser person than people give him credit.
Yes.
Said, don't do that. We're pushing ourselves to the limit. and they said, well, push themselves a little. Let me say, okay, let's go to war and lose it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just to add to that one point, First Mantinea, if folks are not, I know not all of you are military historians, please do read about that battle. It is magnificent. And the point to be made is when we talk about, people talk about the Spartans as professionals. I don't like the use of that word because it has a modern context. But when we say they were more disciplined and organized than their contemporaries, I think that is accurate. And First Mantinea is a great example. That maneuver you describe, it may sound simple if you're not a military practitioner. It's not. It's an absolute achievement, and it was, I think the argument can be made it was only achievable by that army at that time. So, all right, just being cognizant of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Great conversation. I'd like to appreciation. We'll have time for more questions and coffee break afterwards. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Andrew Bayes. Dr. Bayes is associate professor at the University of Birmingham, formerly, like many of us, at the University of Nottingham. I've known Andrew for many years and worked with him on many issues, both on Greek history and the tradition and historiography. He has a very wide field of interest, and his recently published book, The Spartans, is available in Greek and Chinese and Romanian.
I don't know whether Chinese yet, but Romanian.
It's available in many languages and is very well worth a read. And he's going to be looking at one of the most important aspects of when we talk about Sparta, the infamous upbringing.
Thank you, Ian. I'm usually known for my enthusiasm when it comes to my students' opinion. I can't top that. I'm going to look like I'm on downers. We'll see how it goes. So, Ime poli horumonos pu briskomes sima stin Sparti. That's the end of my Greek. So thank you, Ian, for the fine introduction. Thank you for Chrysanthi, the mayor, and organisers for hosting this event and inviting me to speak. My presentation today is about the depiction of the Spartan education system, or upbringing, as I keep on calling it, in modern popular culture. The quotation in this title, starved, driven to steal, fight and kill, comes from Frank Miller's graphic novel 300, which was published in 1998. And you can see Frank Miller's vision of the Spartan upbringing in all of its glory on this slide here. That's all there is. But he had to do it because, however brief it is, it was essential to the plot of the story, which I'm sure you're aware by now centres on the Battle of Thermopylae. How else could Miller have actually explained why the Spartans were prepared to sacrifice themselves as he portrays it if he hadn't actually had something about the upbringing to explain why they did that? Miller is by no means the only modern author to portray the Spartan upbringing. And the next slide is some of many modern works, graphic novels, literature novels, films, self-help books, which all bring in some aspects of the Spartan upbringing, and I say they all do. The exception is actually the film 300 Spartans, which has no explanation of the Spartan upbringing whatsoever, apart from a scene where a young Spartan is given a shield. The Spartans just are amazing in the 300 Spartans. There's no reason to explain why they are the way they are. So these works are of varying knowledge about Sparta and Spartan practice. They are also aimed at potentially varying different targeted audiences. But the vast majority of them are the product of successful and or well-known authors, artists, filmmakers, and are therefore worth exploring in their own right. And I just wanted to stress that unlike modern classicists, who I think are typically trying to provide an historically accurate picture of Spartan life, those working in the creative sector are not bound by the same rules. So before exploring the accuracies, inaccuracies, and looking for potential agendas of modern popular portrayals of the Spartan upbringing, I wanted to briefly remind you what the ancient sources actually say about the upbringing. So I'm going to start with Xenophon, which is a source that most of the modern portrayals don't actually start with. One of the things that Xenophon does is make clear is how the compulsory state-run Spartan upbringing was actually a genuinely noteworthy aspect of classical Spartan society. As the late Anton Powell once put it, the Spartans' insistence on centralizing the upbringing of future citizens and placing it in the hands of state officials was a remarkably modern thing to do. This upbringing was sufficiently atypical that Xenophon and Aristotle both claimed that it differed from all other Greek education systems. And Xenophon is our fullest classical period source for the Spartan upbringing, and he praised the Spartans unreservedly for handing over the management of their sons to a state official, the Paidonomos, and giving him authority to muster the boys, to oversee them, rather than, as he puts it, allowing each father individually to appoint slave pedagogues or to send them to didascaloi to learn letters and music and exercises in Palaestra. Xenophon goes on to provide further details. He says Spartan boys went barefoot to harden them, they wore the same cloak throughout the year to prepare them for heat and cold, their diet was limited and they supplemented it by theft, and they were flogged if they were caught. The boys always had someone in charge of them. There was a system where if the Paidonomos was absent, any citizen could give the boys instructions and punish them if necessary. If no citizens were available, the smartest of the Irons would take control of the squadron. He then goes on to talk about what, I'm using Michael Lipkin's translation here, pederastic love, because this is also, to a certain extent, pertains to their education. He then goes on to explain that the Paidiscoi, the youths, were given much labour so that they would have very little leisure. And then he goes on to refer to the young adults vying for membership of the elite military unit, the Hippes, and then he says, that's all I have to say about the Spartan upbringing. So he makes it clear that that young adult phase is still part of the Spartan education system. So there's a lot of detail, but not a huge amount. Plutarch, our very late, we don't throw him out completely, but I thought of that straight away when you said that. Plutarch provides considerably more detail, it's often more lurid, and as Mike explained very neatly, was writing 500 years later. And so therefore much of his testimony is what I've called on my notes here, problematic. According to Plutarch, babies were inspected by the eldest member of the tribe and then dispatched to the place of rejection if they were puny or deformed. Lycurgus organised for the boys to be distributed into troops, led by the boy who displayed the soundest judgment. Boys exercised and were constantly watched by their elders. They learned to read and write no more than was necessary. As they grew older, they intensified their physical training. They cropped their hair, went barefoot, exercised naked. From age 12, boys did not wear a tunic. They were given only one cloak to wear all year, and they were denied baths and oils. They slept in their squadrons on reed mattresses. Plutarch goes on. He talks about boys being courted by their lovers amongst respectable young men. He eventually mentions the Paidonomos and says he was appointed from amongst the men of outstanding qualities. He talks about the Irons being chosen to lead each troop, command troop fights, with the boys acting as servants to him in his quarters. Plutarch then goes on to talk about boys being caught stealing, food would be beaten and go without. He tells the story of the boy who stole the fox cub and died, and reports youths dying under the lash at the altar of Artemis Orthia. He then talks about the Iron after his meal, posing questions for the boys, teaching them to speak with brevity and conciseness. He goes on to explain that Spartans are equally enthusiastic about training in lyric poetry and singing. He then, like Xenophon, says the training continued into adulthood. He mentions the Cretaea, with young men sent to the countryside to terrorize the Helots. And then later on, he talks about the Helots being brought into the common messes so that the young men would see the perils of drunkenness. So I will return now to my modern works. I'm not going to focus on all of these. There is no way in the world I can do that. I have 6 case studies. My notes to myself said 5, and then I realised there was actually a 6th one, so I might have to fast forward through this. They're slightly random, but there's a theme that runs throughout. I've got Our Little Spartan Cousin from 1914, Cloud Cuckoo Land from 1925, Gates of Fire from 1998, and then firmly in the 21st century with the film version of 300 and Spartan Feet, which I did not know about until I read the posts that Mike had done recently. I'm going to start with Our Little Spartan Cousin. And you have the hero of the story, Pratas, in the middle. Julia Darrow Cowles was a prolific and, at the time, well-known writer of books for educational storytelling. Even today, her books are downloaded hundreds and thousands of times a week, which surprised me to say the least. Her most cited work in modern scholarship is The Art of Storytelling, which was published in the same year as Our Little Spartan Cousin. She held to the theory that a story to be told must essentially differ from a story that is simply to be read. And she felt very strongly that entertainment and pleasure were important at home, but they weren't enough at school. And she argued that school stories should teach lessons of unselfishness, thoughtfulness, cleanliness, patriotism, and obedience to restore order in an unruly classroom. So you might see why she thought that the Spartans were a good story to tell. And it's probably not terribly surprising that the very first episode in Our Little Spartan Cousin, my microphone's just collapsed for no good reason, is that still here? Is that okay for the... Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up from the booth. Where was I? So, given the emphasis on cleanliness, it's perhaps not surprising that Our Little Spartan Cousin, which narrates the story of Cartas, which I've shown you already, and his company, opens with a very Plutarchian image of the boys bathing in the river Eurotas. A review of Our Little Spartan Cousin in the journal The Mathematics Teacher notes, the author brings out the true nobility and rugged simplicity of the Spartan character, and the book will be found not only interesting, but historical. And we might want to consider that claim when I explore some of the facts about the Spartan upbringing which she presents. So, Spartan boys live in barracks or quarters in companies of precisely 50. When one dies, he has to be replaced because there are 15. Where the spare boy comes from is not explained. They are led by their iron or captain Orestes. Cartus and the other boys gather reeds from the river to replace their bedding. They dine at the public tables adjacent to their fathers. It sort of reads almost like an Oxbridge College where there's the high table and then everyone else. The fathers are served first, and then when they're finished eating, they ask the boys penetrating questions. When one boy, Theron, son of Kinedon, fails to answer a question because he was too busy teasing a smaller boy to realise he was being asked a question, he is dismissed with orders to spend the night among the mountains. Cartus and the boys wear just one garment, a mitre, so it's not matching some of our primary sources there all year round. The Spartans, men, women and children, all dress in pure white. Cowles rightly notes that the Spartans thought that dyes were unnecessary, but she seems less secure in the suggestion that the Spartans thought nothing was as beautiful as the white colour of natural wool. Not all sheep or goats are white, so I'm not sure where that one's coming from. Her boys learned a little reading, a little writing, and very little arithmetic. Far greater attention was given to teaching them the laws, training them to speak well in public, to recite the great poems of Homer, to sing the national songs, and to accompany them with the kithera. Boys are also taught to exercise, swim, run, wrestle, ride, play football, and throw the discus. They learn to recite the great retra, half singing, half reciting, and beating time to the rhythm with their bare feet. When Cartus asks Orestes, his troop leader, whether he's noticed how well one of the company, a certain Theognis, sings, Orestes responds, "It is my belief that he will someday be a poet." Towards the end of the story, Theognis does indeed produce his own Song of Battle, which is inspired partly by the Battle of Marathon, but partly by the wonderful performances of Cartus. The episode is surprisingly relevant to the other case studies which are going to follow. Although pederasty is not explicitly part of the story, a knowing adult can spot signs of it. Very early on in the story, Orestes threw his arm across the shoulders of Cartus, and the two followed the rest of the company a little more slowly, so they're distant. All the boys know that Cartus is Orestes' favourite or his special friend. And towards the end of the story, Orestes again throws his arms around Cartus' shoulders, and Cartus is described as with the familiar gesture which always awakened a deeper love and loyalty on Cartus' part. Nonetheless, Cartus noticed with pleasure when Orestes' eyes follow Cartus' sister Melissa's graceful figure throughout a ritual dance. Food theft appears prominently in the story. An entire chapter is devoted to Cartus stealing grapes from vineyards on the mountain for the common table. And although Cartus describes food stealing as rare sport, food theft recurs throughout the book. The story even has a version of the fox cub story which Plutarch has in the life of Lycurgus. While out foraging with his company, Cartus chases, captures, and throttles a full-grown fox. His companion cries, "Good, that was far better than the story we are told by our masters of the brave boy who let the fox destroy him. I have always wondered why he did not choke the little beast when he had it so well hidden." I always show people an image of a baby fox at this point in time of any story to think, yes, I wonder that the boy didn't smother it as well, if that story actually happened. One theft expedition allows the author to explore another key recurring theme in the upbringing, the exploitation of drunken helots as a training exercise. While out stealing food in the countryside, the boys stumble across the helots performing a country play. One of the helots is drunk. He stumbles and falls while he's trying to dance his part. Cartus cries out, "Bah! It's no wonder that the men of Sparta think it's a disgrace to become drunk." What Cowles fails to explain away is the brutal fight between two sets of boys Pausanias describes in his description of Greece. Orestes' company returns to barracks, victorious from the fight, but one of the boys, Chios, was not with him, nor would be again. That's why they needed to have a replacement. Cowles writes, no, I don't. I took it out. Cowles writes, "We of today can scarcely understand how such a content amongst boys could have received the approval of sober-minded men. But the Spartans despised pain and honoured physical hardihood. That they should have given so great a degree of honour to mere physical courage is the chief reproach that has been brought against the Spartans. But had she stuck to the classical period sources, she might not have needed to add such a dark episode in the first place." I'm moving on to another author, a very different author, Naomi Mitchison, a Scottish novelist and poet who wrote over 90 books of historical fiction and even science fiction, travel writing, and free autobiographical works. She was a committed socialist who smuggled left-wing refugees out of fascist Austria. She was friends with Aldous Huxley, W.H. Auden, I can't even speak now, Tolkien. She was a lover of Wade Gary, who she nicknamed Widge. Wade Gary was a source for much of her research. Three of her novels include elements of the Spartan upbringing. Cloud Cuckoo Land in 1925, which is set during the Peloponnesian War, the short story collection Black Sparta from 1928, and her best-received novel, Corn King, the Spring Queen, which is a fantasy novel partly set in Hellenistic Athens during the reforms of Cleomenes III. I want to focus on Cloud Cuckoo Land, which centres on Alcinor, a young Ionian from a fictional island. He flees his homeland to Athens, where he lives as a metic, ultimately winds up in Sparta, where he considers leaving his young son Timas to live with his Spartan patron Archytas to be educated in the Spartan system before he goes off to join the mercenaries fighting for Cyrus the Younger. Having fun with this microphone here. Mitchison is very open about pederasty in the Spartan upbringing, with the young Spartan Leon telling Alcinor that he and Alcinor's patron Archytas have been lovers ever since he was the captain of my class during the upbringing. When Alcinor reveals to Leon that he too is in love, Leon is very surprised to learn that the object of Alcinor's affections is a girl. He's even more surprised to find out that she's 14 years old. Leon replies bluntly, "That would be young for us." He then asks whether she's tall. Alcinor meets a class headed by the Irons, the teachers and captains of the boys, picked and fine-looking with their brown curls and thick, short beards. The boys, like those of Plutarch and Cowles, have bathed in the river Eurotas, but unlike Cartus and his cohort, they are by no means pristine. Mitchison writes, "They were beginning to let their hair grow long. It flopped and dripped over their eyes and cheeks till they shook themselves and tossed it back again. By this time of year, their tunics were often worn through, and half of them had thrown them off now and used them as cushions. They hunted one another quietly for thorns and fleas, while they just stared at Alcinor and Timaeus. Alcinor is then introduced to a Phocian named Cratias, who is ordered to tell Alcinor what it is, as in to explain the upbringing. Cratias tells Alcinor that in Sparta we are all one blood, and he encourages Alcinor to leave Timas in the care of the Spartans. But later that night, Cratias sneaks in to speak with Alcinor and warns him, don't leave your child in Sparta if you love him. When Alcinor expresses surprise, Cratias responds, what else could I say this morning? It was them speaking through me. Now I speak for myself and your child. He warns Alcinor, Sparta is not the best a man can make for himself. It may be very well for the Spartiates, that's their life. They only want to think of themselves as part of the state. They're willing to give up their own selves for that, but I'm not. That child, you're Ionian, aren't you? Why, it's in his blood to think for himself. Says, if you take him away, he'll care for art and music and philosophy as I might have cared, as God knows I'd care now if I had a chance, but it's all lost. He goes on to explain that he remembers beautiful things, shapes, colours and softness, and he dreams of them. But there are no poets here in Sparta. How could there be? They'd never have the quiet time alone for their minds to grow. We're always herded. There's nothing new ever allowed. It's frozen, living in a cave. Rather different from Cartas's spontaneous poetry. Moving very quickly on to the film 300. We've already seen Frank Miller's short treatment. Zack Snyder's film version expands on that, giving us a full 2 minutes 50 seconds of the Spartan upbringing. In visual form, you have babies inspected. At age 7, they're taken from their mother and plunged into a world of violence. They're taught to fight, starved, forced to steal, and if necessary, to kill. By rod and by lash, the boy was punished, taught to show no pain, no mercy, constantly tested, tossed into the wilds, left to pit his wits and will against nature's fury. It was his initiation, his time in the wild, for he would return to his people a Spartan or not at all. And we heard this morning the idea that 300 and 300 were exactly the same. And I think this slide makes it very clear. Here, there's a scene where Leonidas is in the countryside, he's attacked by a wolf, he slays the wolf. One could charitably argue that this reads a little like the Plato version of the Crypteia, which describes as a harsh, short form of training in winter, with the young Spartan wandering the countryside without footwear, bedding, or slaves to attend them. But I think you'd have to be very generous to see things that way. Another case study, briefly, is Stephen Pressfield's Gates of Fire, which is worth focusing on for no other reason than it sold more than 1 million copies worldwide. Pressfield's novel tells the story of Thermopylae from the perspective of Sionis, a young Acarnanian refugee who serves as a Batman to Dionysus at Thermopylae. Much of the first half of the book is devoted to the upbringing of Alexandros, who is Dionysus' protege. Pressfield describes Dionysus as serving as a mentor to Alexandros. Rather than selecting Alexandros for his good qualities, as both Xenophon and Plutarch would suggest would happen at Sparta, Alexandros is effectively assigned to Dionysus at birth. There is nothing sexual about their relationship, and as a grizzled war hero with several daughters, Dionysus is far older than one might expect a classical Greek Erastes to be. Alexandros needs a lot of tuition from Dionysus. Zio observes that in a gentler world, he might have been a poet or a musician. This observation is rather different from Cal's treatment of Theognis, but quite akin with Nichison's Sparta as described by Cratias. Pressfield has Dionysus teaching Alexandros the Spartan phobologic discipline, 28 exercises focusing on the nervous system. There's a scene where Dionysus taps Alexandros gently on the face with an olive bough, producing an involuntary response from his trapezius muscle. He also teaches him facial exercises that work the so-called owl muscles around his arm. I know of no ancient text relating to Sparta that mentions such exercises, but I would be grateful if anyone has found such references in Galen or anything like that. Zio describes how the boys are taught by drill instructors in a training platoon. The terminology makes sense from a modern perspective, and it's not surprising when you realise that Pressfield was once a member of the US Marine Corps. Zio reveals that the platoons were regularly exposed to the sight of their elders and the rigours they endured as a means of rousing their emulative instincts to even greater levels of exertion. I'm going to cut through a little bit, I'm sorry, to the translators. What I'm going to jump through to is Pressfield even invents a Spartan version of the Rifleman's Creed, which you can see here. I have to say, I really like the book, but the historicity is interesting. Spartans are taught to recite, "This is my shield, I bear it before me in battle, but it is not mine alone." And anyone who's seen films like Full Metal Jacket will know exactly what is going on here. Pressfield gives a prominence to the Crypteia, but rather than a periodic exercise involving the smartest young men, the institution is, according to Dear Mrs. Wife, a secret society amongst the peers. No one knows who its members are, just that they are the youngest and strongest, and that they do their work at night. They make men disappear. Kieron Gillen's graphic novel 3 is a different version of the Spartans indeed. It tells the story of 3 fugitive Helots who were being pursued by 300 Spartiates for having murdered a small party of Spartiates who had tried to kill them. It's set not in Sparta's glory days, but in the 360s BCE, during the reign of Cleomenes II, whose long and undistinguished reign was so insignificant that Paul Cartledge once described him as supine. Gillen's work deliberately mocks the Spartans, who need to send 300 fully armed warriors to pursue just 3 runaway slaves, and ultimately have to resort to un-Spartan machinations to defeat them. You can see here a comically small class of Spartans learning old-school wisdom from a wizened elder. Gillen also captures the horror of the Spartans' terrorization of the Helots, rightly casting the Cryptoi as young adults engaged in ritual slaughter rather than Pressfield's secret society. Gillen also uses Plutarch's well-known version of the Spartans introducing Helots into the common mess to show the young men and use the perils of imbibing too much alcohol, but like Cowles, he takes it out of context, where Cowles does so in order to make the Spartans not appear too callous. Gillen does it deliberately to show the Spartans imposing on the hospitality of the Helots, mercilessly mocking them, in order to make the Spartans far less admirable. The fact that the Helots soon turn the tables and murder their Spartan owners belittles the Spartans even further. My final case study is one I've already said, is thanks to Mike Coles, is the work Spartan Up and Spartan Fit by Joe DeSena. He is a successful American businessman, ultramarathon runner, extreme athlete. He's the founder of the Death Race and its less grueling counterpart, the Spartan Race. In Spartan Up, he reveals that the Spartan race was inspired by the Spartans' training. He writes, "I thought back to my high school history classes where we learned about the Spartans from ancient Greece. The stories about these warriors resonated with me then and have stayed with me ever since. Let's call it the Spartan race," I said, and this was met with no dissent because the Spartans seemed to personify everything we stood for. He goes on to explain the Spartan upbringing in quite reasonable detail. Says the ideas are reflected in their relentless training, which began at age 7 and skyrocketed at age 12, and it produced men who were the premier warriors of the world. But any connection between the Spartan run and ancient Spartan practice is tenuous at best. Obstacles included a fire jump, climbing under barbed wire, wall climbing, mud crawling, spear throwing, rope climbing, monkey bars, and dunk walls. I have literally no idea what dunk walls are. I leave the Spartan strengthometer in Appendix A on the right of this slide to speak for itself. The vision of the Spartan upbringing provided in his follow-up book, Spartan Fit, is also sketchy. And this is perhaps because DeSena's research involved talking with Stephen Pressfield, whom he describes as someone who knows more about ancient Sparta, military history, and warrior virtues more than almost anyone alive. I think he consulted the wrong Stephen. He should have consulted Stephen Hodkinson, as Kieron Gillen did when he was preparing 3. A prime example of the perils of not checking with the real experts is the claim via Pressfield that one tale has it that a test in the Agoge involved a 10-mile cross-country race in which the boys, under threat of punishment, had to carry a mouthful of water without spilling a drop. One young male accidentally swallowed his water while traversing rough terrain and bit down on his own tongue in the process. Rather than spit out the blood in his own jagged tongue, he waited until he had completed the course, spewing the contents of his mouth out at the feet of his instructors instead. I really want to hear from someone in the audience who knows what that primary source is. So, some very, very brief conclusions. What themes have emerged from this eclectic mix of presentations of the upbringing? An over-reliance on Plutarch for sure, but that's probably unavoidable given the thinness of Xenophon's accounts and the difficulty in tracking down other snippets of classical and later sources if you're not actually a classicist. The helots are obscured, or strongly emphasised, depending on the aims or perhaps the politics of the authors in question. Same for pederasty. It's either left out, explained away, or in the case of Mitchison, explained in considerable detail and openness. There is either no place for poetry in Sparta, or Sparta produces spontaneous poets. The brutality of the Spartan upbringing is concealed or laboured. Some things are actually just made up. But to continue to sort of wind things up by returning to the theme of the Spartan tradition, actually, what all of these accounts really show is that 9 times out of 10, this is really actually not about Sparta, it's about the Battle of Thermopylae. Which means that the modern popular images of the Spartan upbringing are very much part and parcel of Spartan tradition, even if the authors might not actually realise it at the time that they're writing it. And that is me genuinely done now. So I'm just going to end with a shameless plug for my book, The Very Short Introduction to the Spartans. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting, slightly disturbing exploration of some of these themes. We have time for a few questions. Someone like to...
I'm really happy someone can tell me a story where they're spitting out of the tongue.
Do you do any research? This is a great talk. Thank you. Do you do any research on where these books circulate? So, for instance, there's discussion about, like, I know people who've gone to West Point. Gates of Fire is like required reading for anyone in the U.S. Army who's going to be making commission. Do you do any sorts of like consumption habits amongst different, let's say, invested communities?
That is a brilliant question, one to which I do not yet have an answer, beyond saying I haven't done it yet. All I've done is made sure that everything I was talking about wasn't just a random self-published bit of weird book, that people read them, and even in the case of our little Spartan cousin, it is still being downloaded a lot. I don't know where, but I now want to know where that is. So yeah, that's a brilliant question, and one that I do have to provide an answer for. So thank you.
Any more questions or comments, or general points? I'd like to take maybe a privilege to ask a question as well. I think this overlaps with Mike's talk as well. This idea of being about Thermopylae and how Thermopylae, and we heard this in several earlier talks, this separation of Sparta from Thermopylae, something that I think annoys some modern Spartans, we heard this morning. How do you see some of these earlier texts, and I know you looked at pre-20th century texts, is this a very current phenomenon? Are people so focused on Thermopylae as this ideal, and is it a military idea? From my talk, one of the things I take away is that Thermopylae is not about military anymore. It's about this act of virtues and act of sacrifice, this comparison with Christ we talked about earlier.
Well, that was really a good question. Makes me, I need to make sure I shut up at the end of it. When I started looking at these 20th century and 21st century, I was expecting it to just be undigested Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus. So I was surprised by how much of it wasn't just Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus, because 19th century paintings that mention the Spartan, or that depict the Spartan upbringing are vignettes from Plutarch's life of Lycurgus. 18th and 19th century popular, for want of a better word, accounts that do have the upbringing are actually on either very Plutarch's life of Lycurgus or surprisingly very detailed with an intimate knowledge of Xenophon. So when I started really starting to reread the 18th century things, I was expecting to find Plutarch. With Rousseau, yes, Spartan education is wonderful, and it doesn't explain anything. There's barely anything in there, but he read Plutarch, but he then couldn't actually reveal what Plutarch actually said about the education because it would have ruined a good argument. But the 18th century writers who haven't just dined out on Plutarch do actually bring in the other accounts much more fully. So that's why I was then sort of sadly surprised to find that the modern ones are just really Plutarch and made up stuff. I would have thought less made up stuff and more Plutarch, more Xenophon would have been good.
There's a very wide discussion we can have about how we engage with the classic in the 20th century, and might be quite disappointing at the end. Any last comments or questions before we see?
Mine is just a very small question. When you read any accounts which are not meant to be educational, when they mention what you rightly call the upbringing, they use the word agrégé, even though that term is never used by any writer in the classical period. What, if anything, do the works you've been studying call the upbringing?
That's a brilliant question, and one that I cut out of my answer when I was actually delivering this. I really carefully explain when they do use the agoge and when they don't. So there is no sense of the agoge in Cowles. Mitchison, I'm 90% certain, doesn't use the agoge. Pressfield uses it again and again and again. So the more modern, the more it is the agoge by default. And I think John DeCaro and Michael Kennel and so on made it really clear that that is not a classical term, and I think that shows that it really is, the modern ones really are relying on Plutarch. So yeah, excellent question. When Steve stood up on where's this going?
My quick way of about a minute or so.
Follow up to Steve's question. Xenophon uses Pavia, right?
Yes.
And does any of the modern usage use that term?
No one uses that. No.
Thank you.
And yeah, I should have thought about that. Brilliant. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and let's show appreciation again. Now, our next speaker will be online. Not sure how this is going to function. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Jeremy Swiss from Brandeis, I don't know how to pronounce it, Brandeis University, which hopefully, Jeremy, can you hear us? Let's see if this works. Any sound, any context? Mute.
Hello?
Hello, Jeremy, can you hear us, or can we hear you?
Hello?
We can't hear you at the moment.
Yes, we hear you.
So I thought I was going to be delivering my...
Yes, I think so also that it will start
I can hear you through some
in
headphones,
a few minutes, I hope.
but we don't know how to make the headphones come.
Yes, I just messaged Chrysanthi, and I'm not sure what's going on. This appears to be, this is the link that I was emailed 4 days ago. That was supposed to be the link for today's whole series of events.
Okay, so we wait.
Yeah, I messaged Chrysanthi over Facebook Messenger. I don't know if she will see it.
Never had these problems.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
But we can't, and I'm not sure what you can hear here, but it's also going to go separate. Okay. I don't know. I mean, he was unmuted for a moment. I think I heard him. But I can only hear him if there's a comment. But I can't see him. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hello, Jeremy, can you hear me? Hello, Jeremy, can you hear us? Hello, Jeremy? The microphone's off.
Όχι, γιατί τούτον let me, κοιτάξτε τώρα. Συγγνώμη, ο Τζέρεμι Σουίς τον έχω κάνει host τώρα, αλλά δεν εμφανίζεται. Δεν μπορώ να τον βάλω, ναι. Ωραία, κάτσε να το ξανακάνω εγώ. Δεν ξέρω, είναι και μόνο του. Team viewer, κάτσε, το ξανακάνω. Οκ, δεν είναι. Ωραία. ID είναι.
Hello?
Jeremy, can you hear us? If you can unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
Το κωδικό 92 H R R H B 9. Θέλω τον Τζέρεμι για αυτό αν κλείνει κανονικός την και
Jeremy, if you can hear us, give us a sign or send something in the chat. If you can actually hear us, put it in the chat and then maybe we can communicate that way. And if you can open your camera as well, turn on your camera, and then maybe we can know if you can hear us.
Well, if Chrysanthou wrote Jeremy that this is the right link, the proper link, and well, I think that someone will connect and in a way or in another will resolve this problem. Anyway, I keep connected and I wait. If anyone will appear, I think that after half an hour, I will disconnect.
I cannot hear Vajos radio. Okay, thank you, Antonia.
Okay, if Jeremy can, if you can hear us, can you open the camera, and then maybe we can communicate that way. I saw someone was watching on YouTube. If you could,
if they're trying to talk to me, I can't hear them. And I have not received any messages from them. I'm trying to message Chrysanthi on Facebook and
There's been no sound or from the beginning. Everyone can follow.
Ότι αυτός μας ακούει μέσα από το YouTube και δεν μας βγαίνει καθόλου εδώ. Δεν μπορεί να κάνει εδώ πέρα αυτός το αρχαίο. Ναι, αυτός είναι κανονικός, εμείς δεν μπορούμε. Ναι. Λέει το στουρίντα και είναι αυτή λέει, μπορούμε να έχουμε εικόνα και ήχο. Άρα δεν είναι, άρα ναι, για το σύγχρονο. Μήπως επειδή υπάρχει. Το φως θα πάρει και πέντε. Δεν πάρει το φως θα πάρει και πέντε. Α. Ποιο. Δεν είναι γραμμισία. Δεν φτάνουν να πιάνουν να πιάνουν στο λόγο. Οκ.
Okay, everyone, we're having a lot of technical problems. Suddenly Zoom hasn't worked all day. Oh, it hasn't been, well, they've had some problems with sound. So we might have a coffee break now, and then in 20 minutes, and then in 20 minutes come back for Jeremy's paper, and then go straight on to the next session. So have a coffee now.
Okay, says Paulina is pregnant.
Okay, whoever that was with the British accent, I could hear that loud and clear. Can the people in the room hear me?
Yes.
Can the people in the room at the physical?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello?
The British accent, I could hear that loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, I'm hearing you through just these headphones. Who's that speaking? Mm-hmm. Okay, it seems whoever was controlling the Zoom is not one of those. Yeah. But what we're going to do is try and sort out the technical problem and then start Jeremy's paper in 20 minutes. Hello, can you hear me still?
Okay.
Yeah. I can take the sound from this speaker. Yeah. That would work. Maybe that would be.
My presentation is
Yeah. Can I change the Greek font on typing? Can we mess them through here?
Well, right now, Angeliki is in charge of TeamViewer.
Okay.
So I'm not sure whether you can
Well,
try.
we can. I'm typing.
Yeah, I wrote him just
Okay.
now.
Okay. Okay.
When we do Zoom,
Okay.
Matt,
Θέλει πρακτικό σας.
yeah.
Τα ελληνικά, πώς το γράψετε στα ελληνικά.
Okay. Anyway, because you've got one more, we've got very late. All right, yeah, he's been listening. Yeah. Oh, wow, that's important. Well, you can have an even better experience.
Well, we're trying to get this gentleman in, so it's gonna be, I don't know. We said around 20 minutes break, so instead of having the other break, we can have that. Sorry? For, I don't think so. If we have this one, or maybe a very short one. Break, so instead of having the other break, we can have that. So, I don't think so. If we have this one, or maybe a very short one. Πού, εδώ. Από φυσικά.
Μπορείς όπως πούσε. Μπορείς να βάλεις το καρφί στα οικεία του λάθος.
Ah, we can see the guy. We can see him.
Let there be light. Houston.
We have something, yeah, here we have something. I could hear his voice through the headphones.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hello?
I'm speaking. Can anyone hear me? Testing. I can't see anything in Paulina's camera besides. Can you guys hear me? I can hear some people, yes.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
speaking. Can anyone hear me? Testing.
Από τώρα θα του συνδέσει και ο Γιώργος. Θα τον κάνω αέρα. Κάνω αέρα. Θα κάνουμε τσεκ πρώτα.
Can he see us?
No. Either. Okay.
Καρδί, εδώ, έλα εδώ. Τι κάμερα σε λέει. Τώρα για να πάμε εμείς.
Hi, Jeremy. Hi. Can you see us? No.
Η κάμερα μας εδώ δεν είναι κλειστή πάνω.
Η δικιά μας δεν έχει σημασία. Jeremy, can you hear us? Δεν τον ακούμε τώρα. It's a demos one. We cannot have access. Jeremy, can you hear us? No. I mean, we've done that. Let's see. Okay.
Hello, Jeremy, can you hear us?
I think I hear people saying, Jeremy, can you hear us? But it is very faint. It's very faint.
Okay. I'm going to speak very loudly, if you can hear.
Yes.
Is that better? This volume?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, the person that says Demos Spartis,
This
is very muffled. I can barely make out what you're saying.
Okay, I will speak very slowly. Yes, this is Demos Spartis.
Is that better?
We will try and sort out the problem, but it's not.
Okay, the person that says Demos Spartis,
This
is very muffled. I can barely make out what you're saying.
Okay, I will speak very slowly. Yes, this is Demos Spartis.
Jeremy, okay, I'm signaling to the camera if you can see me. This computer. There's a major audio. Okay. Someone change the keyboard on the computer.
Jeremy, okay, I'm signaling to the camera if you can see me.
Yes, sir. How do we do that? Maybe. This is, of the if we turn the microphone, hold on, I'll try this up. Jeremy, can you hear us now?
Jeremy, can you hear us now?
Chat. How do I get to the chat? Jeremy, can you hear now? Is the audio better? Is the audio better than before?
Jeremy, can you hear now? Is the audio better? Is the audio better than before?
There's a delay. There's a delay on the audio of about a minute. Yeah, there's a very long delay that they get in America.
Is the audio better? Is the audio better than before?
Ναι, είναι δύο. Αυτό θα συνδεθώ εγώ. Ναι.
Okay, so they have a delay of about 1 minute on the, both picture and image and sound. Yes. So they was, but it seemed to be different because they saw me talk and then they heard it 30 seconds later. Yeah, but it's the picture delay and sound delay, but they're different. Yeah, but the picture also has a delay.
Hello?
Yes, yes, try.
I don't mean for this, I mean something completely else that I also need to do.
Hello, Petros? I can see your video, but I cannot hear you.
Yeah.
Jeremy, can you hear us on the Facebook on your phone? Maybe it doesn't have the sound on it. Can you hear us on your phone? Yes or no? Can you hear him? Jeremy, if you can hear us, can you say something? Can you hear us? Hello, Jeremy, can you hear us at all? Yeah. Jeremy, can you hear us on any of the feeds? Can you hear anything? Can we speak to him on Facebook? Okay, so it's not. Can we put a, he's on Facebook here, I can see his picture. Can we make a microphone to that feed? Because he can't hear us through this, but we can see him. So is there a way we can make a microphone go?
I can put something into chat. I was communicating with him in the chat.
So maybe we can see no?
Hello? Petros? Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you right now through here.
Να δείχνει YouTube επάνω. Ναι. Εγώ θα σου δίνω από εδώ. Ναι, από εδώ. Όχι, δεν χρειάζεται να το φέρεις εδώ. Βγάζεις την έξοδο υπόκο. βγάζω στην έξοδο. Άμα συνδεθείς YouTube, να παίρνει ψήφο από μένα από την έξοδο μου. Εντάξει. Yeah. Come. All is okay?
Jemma, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you through this.
Through this, okay. This seems to be the only way. Sorry. Some of them.
Oh, I see. There's a lot of ambient noise, but basically, it seems that the problem with Zoom is that there's a major delay in the audio and video. Yep. There's a lot of ambient noise, but basically, right. Okay, well, I have a slideshow that I really need. I have a prepared script. I need the slideshow to, you know.
Πριν από ήταν από εδώ πέρα, τώρα γιατί σταμάτησε όμως.
Because this is starting to eat into the papers.
Περίμενε. Να ανοίξει λίγο.
Κάτσε, γιατί πριν ακούστηκε. Μίλησε του να μιλήσει.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just doing what I'm told.
This is starting to eat into the papers.
Περίμενε. Να ανοίξει λίγο. I have no idea what I'm hearing.
Κάτσε, γιατί πριν ακούστηκε. Μίλησε του να μιλήσει.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just doing what I'm told.
Starting to eat into the papers.
Περίμενε. Να ανοίξει λίγο. I have no idea what I'm hearing.
Κάτσε, γιατί πριν ακούστηκε. Μίλησε του να μιλήσει.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just doing what I'm told.
Starting to eat into the papers.
Κάτσε, γιατί πριν ακούστηκε. Μίλησε του να μιλήσει.
Maybe let's try from this.
Yeah.
But you need to do your power.
Testing and testing. 1, 2, 3. Philip. There's a slight here to the bad.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
How was that? Hello?
Okay, the sound is doing very strange things now. I can also see the video behind me, or behind you, Petros, the video on the screen, and there's still a video delay as well. Look, I have house guests. My presentation should have been over by now, and I'm going to have to do this some other time.
do the talk. I think he's gone now. He's gone. He's finished. He had to do something else, I think. Yeah. You know him? Have you got his number? Yeah. So he's too late. Oh.
Well, I'll just keep it very quick. Please submit your Come here in there. No, I can't even get into the meeting anymore.
Yeah.
But I think
I don't know how this computer is set up.
no, I don't understand it either. It's driving me nuts. It took me ages to find out to get the.
She's doing something.
She's doing something.
She's doing something. Okay, she's restarting the whole thing. Yes. So, let's see. I have a headache now.
So people who don't know the systems running, the people who don't know these systems are running. They don't
No, the demos have set it up correctly. It must be the microphones and everything that they will try to rearrange and sort out. That's a problem. Because the Zoom, they checked and it's set up correctly from the demos. So this is like,
So it's something here
yeah,
that the machine.
yeah, yeah. So the problem is here. It's not, Zoom works okay.
I mean, when I spoke to Jeremy, the delay was
Yeah,
a minute.
yeah, because it's the microphone. So tomorrow, no more posting. Like whatever they're doing, it's gonna be only. At least we haven't given it. I thought on Monday I'm pretty she won't have a job. Doing that for her job. She's a journalist. She's supposed to do other things. She's like all day trying to sort that.
2007. You wonder if it's
Okay, something is happening. She has the names. Don't try to do anything in case. Don't try to do anything because then she will lose access to the film viewer. No. I'm gonna check that.
I have no idea what's going on. So if we're trying again. Yeah, well. I haven't asked him to say something.
Ναι, γιατί ο ένας είναι ο μιλητής. Ναι, τώρα θα έχουμε το γύρο, το πιστεύω. Okay. Here is there. We cannot see you. Yeah. Όταν αρχίσουμε να το
Can I switch my video off? It helps. Can anybody hear me now?
I can hear you fine, Tariq.
Good. I'm in a really dark room with bright lights, so it's better if you don't have a face. Video on.
Yeah, I can hear everyone and see everyone. Actually, I can't hear Lynn. It's the person. Lynn's the one.
Okay.
Same here. Can I switch my video off? It helps. Can anybody hear me now?
I can hear you fine, Tariq.
Good. I'm in a really dark room with bright lights, so it's better if you don't have a face.
Hello,
Video on.
Tariq and Kieron, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear everyone and see everyone. Actually, I can't hear Lynn. It's the person. Lynn's the one.
Okay.
Same here. Can I switch my video
You
off?
can
It
hear
helps.
me.
Can anybody hear me now?
I can hear you fine, Tariq.
Good. I'm in a really dark room with bright lights, so better if you don't have a face.
Hello,
Video on.
Tariq and Kieron, can you hear me? Okay. That was me.
Yeah, I can hear everyone and see everyone. Actually, I can't hear Lynn. It's the person. Lynn's the one.
Okay.
Same here.
Minimum.
Can I switch my video
You
off?
can
It
hear
helps.
me.
Can anybody hear me now?
I can hear you fine, Tariq.
We can hear you, but there is a delay.
I'm in a really dark room with bright lights, so
Hello, Tariq and Kieron, can you hear me? Okay. That was me.
Yeah, I can hear everyone saying, but actually, I can't hear it, Lynn. It's the person. Lynn's the one.
Okay, minima.
What is special about
You can hear me.
I can hear you fine, Tariq.
We can hear you, but there is a delay.
Hello,
Tariq and Kieron, can you hear me? Okay. That was me.
Yeah, I can hear everyone saying, but actually, I can't hear it, Lynn. It's the person. Lynn's the one.
Okay, minima.
what is special about
You can hear me.
I can hear you fine, Tariq.
We can hear you, but there is a delay. Hello, Tariq and Kieron, can you hear me? Okay. That was me.
Yeah, I can hear everyone saying, but actually, I can't hear it, Lynn. It's the person. Lynn's the one.
Okay, minima.
what is special about
I can hear you fine, Tariq.
We can hear you, but there is a delay. Hello, Tariq and Kieron, can you hear me? Okay. That was me.
Yeah, I can hear everyone saying, but actually, I can't hear it, Lynn. It's the person.
Okay, minima. We can hear you, but there is a delay. Hello, Tariq and Kieron, can you hear me? Okay. That was me. Okay, minima. Tariq and Kieron. Tariq and Kieron. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Still having trouble with the mics here. Tariq and Kieron. Tariq and Kieron. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, if we're getting feedback again, I have moved right out into the next hall. Did you see what I wrote in chat?
Yes, I did.
Still having trouble with the buttons here. Great. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ορίσατε στο τελευταία session μέρας. Can you hear me? Welcome to the final session of the day. Okay, if we're getting feedback again, we're obviously not going to be able to have a conversation. Did you see what I wrote? If I can just allow
Yes, I did.
the first two speakers to speak one after another. Tariq first, and then Kieron. To say something about their project. Can you hear me? All welcome to the final session today are fictional. We're getting feedback again. We're obviously not going to be able to take the form either of prose novels or graphic novels. If I can just allow, I will come back into the room and run the PowerPoint. The first two speakers to speak will provide one after some information about Tariq first novel, and then will allow me to show images that Kieron refers to when he talks. Does that sound okay to everyone? We're getting feedback again. We're obviously not going to be able to take the form either of prose novels or graphic novels. If I can just allow, I will come back into the room and run the PowerPoint. May I introduce Mr. Tariq Chaudhry to speak one after another from Pakistan. Tariq, former United Nations diplomat, and will allow me to show images. And author of Kieron refers to the Queen of Sparta. Does that sound okay to everyone?
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm very honored.
I will come back into the room and run the PowerPoint. May I introduce Mr. Tariq Chaudhry to speak one after another from Pakistan. Tariq, former United Nations diplomat, and will allow me to show images. Author of Kieron refers to the Queen of Sparta.
I was quite frankly mesmerized. I got this description of Sparta, and thank you, Lynn, for fascinating. Everybody, Sparta was unique. Thank you for having me here. I'm very military ethos.
I will come back into the room. May I introduce Mr. Tariq Chaudhry to speak one after another from Pakistan.
Those who wanted to genuinely
United Nations diplomat, and will allow me to show images. Author of Kieron refers to the Queen of Sparta.
I was quite frankly mesmerized. For example, while he mentions important women like Gorgo, he falls short on giving Sparta was unique for the role they might have played. Similarly, despite his established things unexplained.
May I introduce Mr. Tariq Chaudhry
I thought I could tell the different story about how the situation is without changing any of the main lines. My story in the Queen of Sparta is not so much an alternative story as it is an alternative nation. For example, while the story in my novels even though it's like my question was, how did the Greeks win this war with Persia? How did the Spanish Spartans manage to keep the Hellenic alliance together, even though many Greek states had gone over to the Persians or remained neutral? How did the Spartan-Athenian alliance hold, even though Athens was occupied and burned by the Persians? Leonidas died too early in the conflict to matter. Themistocles was too focused on a naval strategy to consider how the Persians could be beaten on land. Indeed, he won the Battle of Salamis, but Persian armies still remained in Greece. I felt there was no male leader that had the foresight or the intelligence to form this alliance, even though many Greek states had gone over to the Persians. The premise of my novel is that the Spartan alliance could have organized this was actually burned by the Persians, the wife and widow. Leonidas died too early. Herodotus himself mentions how bright Themistocles she was too focused on naval strategy and political consideration that he could be defeated and beaten on land. My story, indeed, he won the Battle of Salamis, but Persian armies still remained in Geomini is the mad king. I felt there was no male leader that had the foresight or the intelligence, depending on the even though many Greek states were gone over the Persian. The premise of my novel is that the Spartan alliance could have organized this surprise. In the novel, Gorgias' ultimate tragedy is Leonidas died to Herodotus himself Themistocles was too focused on naval strategy and consideration that he could be defeated and beaten on land. My story, indeed, he won the Battle of Salamis here. The Persian army still remained. Geomini is the mad king. I thought there was no main set of the stage for the Persian army. I'd like to make here is the premise that the novel of Spartan alliance could have organized this trilogy and learned that Gorgias' ultimate tragedy is Leonidas died to Herodotus himself Indeed, he won the Battle of Salamis. Together, these three Geomini is mad. I thought it was no major setting the stage for the Persian here. Thank you very much. He won the Battle of Salamis. Together, these three Geomini is mad. I thought it was no major setting the stage for the Persian here. Thank you very much. He won the Battle of Salamis.
Yeah, this is not happening. Sorry, Kieron's gone, so that idea. Sorry, look, I should have done that faster.
Okay, are the mics on in here? Hello.
This is not.
I'm Lynn Fotheringham, and I am from the University of Nottingham. Feels a bit like an AA meeting now.
Ονομάζομαι Papapostolou Metaxia και συμπροεδρεύω με την αγαπητή Lynn σε ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό θέμα. Έχουμε τα προβλήματα της τεχνολογίας. Ο δαίμον της τεχνολογίας μας δημιουργεί θέματα, αλλά εμείς ακατάβλητα θα συνεχίσουμε. Θα ήθελα να πω ότι είναι μια πάρα πολύ σημαντική συζήτηση αυτή εδώ, γιατί έχει να κάνει με την πρόσληψη της ιστορίας μέσα από την τέχνη. Με την αγαπητή Lynn σε ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό θέμα. Έχουμε τα προβλήματα της τεχνολογίας. Ο δαίμον της τεχνολογίας μας... Η τέχνη, όπως ξέρουμε όλοι, θεραπεύει. Θεραπεύει ακόμα και την προπαγάνδα. Αρκεί βέβαια αυτοί που ασχολούνται με αυτήν, και έχουμε την τιμή και τη χαρά να έχουμε πολύ σημαντικά πρόσωπα κοντά μας. Το πάνελ απαρτίζεται από άτομα που έχουν μελετήσει την ιστορία για να τη φιλτράρουν και να την περάσουν μέσα στην τέχνη. Είτε είναι το γκράφιτ, είτε είναι το ιστορικό μυθιστόρημα. Έχουν αναμετρηθεί και έχουν αποδώσει σε αυτό που από το πρωί συζητείται εδώ από τους εξαιρετικούς επιστήμονες που μίλησαν, για να θυμηθούμε τον Βιντάλ Νακέ από τη δεκαετία του 80, ότι πρέπει να γεφυρώσουμε το φαντασιακό, τον καθρέφτη, την εικόνα, και πολλές φορές έτσι την τόσο προπαγανδιστική εικόνα της Σπάρτης, από την πραγματική ιστορία, από την πραγματική κοινωνία, που όσο και πολύπλοκοι να ήταν οι θεσμοί της, η κοινωνική, η πολιτιστική, η πολιτιακή θεσμοί της, και να την καθιστούν έτσι έναν μύθο, όμως η προσπάθεια η μακροχρόνια των αρχαιολόγων, των ιστορικών, των ανθρωπολόγων και γενικά όλων των επιστημόνων λιθάρι χτίζει και αρχίζει να φεύγει αυτό το μοίρατζ, αυτός ο καθρέφτης, αυτός έτσι ο θρύλος, και να παρουσιάζεται η πραγματική Σπάρτη, οι εσωτερικές της δομές. Και εδώ θα ήθελα από το βήμα αυτό να ευχαριστήσω ως Σπαρτιάτισσα το Πανεπιστήμιο του Nottingham, το Κέντρο Σπαρτιατικών Σπουδών, όλους εσάς που πραγματικά μας κάνετε εμάς εδώ να ντρεπόμαστε, γιατί εσείς κάνετε θαύματα και εμείς εισπράττουμε κάθε φορά και πλησιάζουμε την πόλη μας πιο σωστά. Δεν θέλω να κουράσω, θέλω να δώσω το λόγο στους εξαιρετικούς εδώ στο πάνελ. Θέλω μόνο να πω ότι στην τέχνη το ενδιαφέρον της αρχαίας Σπάρτης έχει εκδηλωθεί από πάρα πολύ νωρίς. Είναι λογικό γιατί μορφές όπως η ωραία Ελένη, που πραγματικά άγγιξε με τον θρύλο της απόλυτης ομορφιάς και επηρέασε καλλιτέχνες, λογοτέχνες, ποιητές, από τον Byron, για να έτσι έρθουμε στο Nottingham κοντά, τους δικούς μας ποιητές, τους λάκωνες εδώ, όπως τον Ρίτσο, είτε τον Σεφέρη, τον νομπελίστα με την Ελένη. Και να σταθώ και μόνο σε μία περίπτωση για το θέμα του Λεωνίδα, αυτή την θρυλική έτσι μορφή, και πώς παρουσιάζεται σε έναν πολύ σημαντικό Έλληνα ποιητή, τον Καβάφη. Και πώς πραγματικά ο Κωνσταντίνος Καβάφης δίνει μία πάλι αμφισβητούμενη εικόνα στα ποίηματά του, γιατί υπάρχουν ποίηματα που χρησιμοποιεί την ηρωνία, όπως θα μιλήσουμε για Λεκεδαιμονίους τώρα, και πραγματικά δημιουργεί έτσι μια εικόνα ότι η Σπάρτη είναι αυτή η αποκλεισμένη και δεν είναι ο ελληνιστικός κόσμος ο ανοιχτός. Απ' την άλλη όμως, όταν μελετάει τις Θερμοπύλες κάποιος ή τα καταπληκτικά του την Κρατεσίκλια ή τον Άγιο Βασιλεύ των Λακεδαιμονίων, διαπιστώνει πως ένας λογοτέχνης που αγαπά την ιστορία πραγματικά θαυμάζει την ουσία έτσι των Σπαρτιατικών αρετών και κρύβει ακριβώς την άλλη πλευρά. Δυστυχώς και στην τέχνη η Σπάρτη έχει σαν νόμισμα με δύο πλευρές και αυτό ακολουθεί. Αυτά ήθελα να καταθέσω και να δώσω στην αγαπητή Lynn να καλωσορίσει και να μιλήσει για τους πανελίστ μας.
Ευχαριστώ. Λοιπόν, I'll just say one or two words about our two missing panelists. So Tariq Chaudhry, as I mentioned, is from Pakistan and has lived all over the world. And I will say about his 2014 novel, The Queen of Sparta, that one of its goals is clearly to link Greek history to a wider world and to emphasize the communication that we know must have been happening between different parts of the world. We know that Herodotus traveled abroad. We know that we can't entirely trust his version of what happened elsewhere or even in Greece, but nevertheless, there was contact between these many cultures. And although one of the protagonists of The Queen of Sparta is the widowed Gorgo, another protagonist is an Indo-Scythian prince from the Persian army. And Tariq's planned other two novels in what will be a trilogy will actually be prequels. The first of which, Fennel Field, will focus on Athens rather than Sparta and on the Battle of Marathon. And the second, The Wolf's Brood, will focus on Persia and on the contest for the throne following the death of Darius. So it really is it's a trilogy with world-spanning scope that is planned. And he has recently retired and is finally getting to work seriously on the other two books. Kieron Gillen is well known to many of us. For any of you who don't know, Kieron Gillen's Three was published in English. I have a more detailed slide somewhere. in 2013 to 2014. Comics is a collaborative medium. And the book has, in fact, 4 names on it. And there is an explanation of what the contributions of those 4 people, the writer, the artist, the colorist, and the letterist. And of course, that doesn't include the person who's not named until you open the comic, and that is Stephen Hodkinson, historical consultant. I want to say Kieron is the author of many, many other comics, but this is the only one set in ancient Greece. Excuse me. We've already had reference to 3 today, and even some images from 3, including images of the Cryptia, which is interpreted here as the annual declaration of war on the Helots, leading to the young Spartan men going out and killing any Helots who looked as if they might be strong enough to lead a rebellion. So a very unpleasant aspect of Sparta, of the mirage of Sparta. It is only one of the possible interpretations of the Cryptia, but it is one of the possible interpretations of the Cryptia. The story of 3 focuses on 3 Helots and the 300 Spartans who are sent after them, leading in the end to a kind of miniature Thermopylae where the 3 Helots are defending this gap in the mountain against the 300 Spartans. I will say, and what I don't think is particularly shown by these images, is that in my view, Kieron does an excellent job of giving the Spartans humanity, the Spartan characters in the story humanity. They're not all the nicest people in the world, but you know, not everyone you meet is the nicest person in the world. He does try very hard to show that they have reasons for their decisions. Their actions are set in a context of historical development that explains, even if it does not necessarily excuse, some of the less pleasant actions they take. And I want to just show, since Kieron included this in the slides that he sent me, this is the final image is Agesilaus, who is not a character in the main story, but another reminder of another side of Sparta. While all this was happening in Sparta, Agesilaus was fighting in Egypt to earn his city some money, another side of the story that doesn't always get emphasized. So if I can I maybe move to Matteo next, as that will follow nicely on from 3. And this machine is moving very slowly. And if I show you my slides for Matteo, I'm then going to have to shift to Matteo's own slides. Matteo is a researcher in Greek history at the University of Bologna. He's collaborating with the artist Andrea Chiappino on a forthcoming work, entitled 30 in Italy, 30 in Italian, 30 in English, or Triaconta. Well, it's about Triaconta tyranny. Is that right? Triaconta signomi. Got it wrong here too. Okay, now if I just find Matteo's own, shall I just continue doing next slide?
Right, thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you very much to you for being here. And thank you very much to the town of Sparta for this very nice hospitality and welcome. Γεια σας, καλησπέρα σας. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή για εμένα, αλλά θα μιλήσω αγγλικά γιατί τα ελληνικά μου είναι έτσι και έτσι. Λοιπόν, so 30 is a work in progress, as Lynn said. So we are slowly advancing the project. I'll try to show you some almost finished drawings and especially the creative process which is behind it. If you could advance the slide. First of all, how did I get the idea? This may sound so obvious that it's silly, but really we had 300, we had 3, and the natural number, if you just follow the series, is 30, and it just happens, advance the slide, I just had to fill the gap and connect this to the fact that one of the most famous, and in my opinion also interesting events in ancient Greek history is that of the 30 tyrants, so-called 30 tyrants regime in Athens. So that was very easy. Now, turning that idea into something physical and creative, first of all, is an entirely different matter. But so far, that's why I got the idea, basically, since I'm quite a fan of comic art and graphic novels in general. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of the setting, although, again, this might be pretty obvious for the audience, but the story is set at the end of the Peloponnesian War in 404 BC, when just after the defeat of Athens by Sparta, and which is the moment of the inception of this so-called oligarchic regime and very violent regime of the 30 tyrants backed by Sparta, which replaces Athenian democracy for a few months. This quickly degenerates into a very violent regime and quickly, in turn, triggers a civil war in Athens. So it's a self-contained story, happens within a few months. I thought it's well suited to be turned into a graphic novel, which is accessible to a wider audience, the public, even without solid knowledge of ancient history behind it. Next, please. So I want to be as clear as possible here. My aim is to write a plausible fictional view, partially fictional view of the story of the event of the 30 tyrants regime, set within a solid, historically accurate context. So my approach is openly modeled on 3, because 3 is an excellent example of a collaboration between academia and artists, and not 300, which is an entirely different product. So the combination of academic research and artistic license, you will see some examples of this. Although my aim is to give something enjoyable, first of all, for the wider audience, understandable, but also as historically accurate as possible. So but the characters, most of the characters are historical, the setting is as accurate as I can do, but the story itself is fictional, and it fills the gap, the many gaps left by the ancient sources. Next, please. This is the summary of the synopsis. We are more or less at the end of number 1. I devised it as 4 episodes, short episodes. So essentially, episode 1, Athens surrenders to Lysander and the inception of the 30. And we are introduced to Critias and Theramenes. Then episode 2 begins with the view of the Socratic circle about 20 years earlier, with most of the main characters discussing the limits of democracy, if you wish. Then turns to the present, the abuses and violence done by the regime, and also the contemporary troubles at Sparta, because as we will see, Lysander has his own issues at home, we might say. Then episode 3, next please, is about the beginning, the birth of the clandestine resistance by the Athenians, democratic leaders, the death of Theramenes by Critias, and the civil war which ensues as soon as the rebels try to depone the regime. The last episode sees the conclusion, so the Battle of the Piraeus and the death of Critias, the reckoning within the Athenian society and the difficult reconciliation, and ends with Xenophon leaving Athens to embark and fight as one of the 10,000s in Asia. More or less, the outline is historically accurate, but there are many gaps, of course. We ought to say that the main narrator and point of view is that of Xenophon, which seems suited to me, also because it's one of the major sources. Next, please. So the story, I think, is well suited to a wide audience, also because it features some of the big names of ancient Greece. Some of these are well known to any general audience as well. You have some portraits here. Most of them are accurate. Of course, Xenophon was there, Plato was there, Plato was there, Socrates was there. We also had some side characters which may or may not figure in some of the episodes. Of course, Pericles was long dead by then, but we may have some glimpse of the past, or he may be evoked by Aspasia, for example. Aristophanes might be involved, although I would like to limit the number of characters for just not to create too much confusion. This is part of the cast. Alcibiades was not in Athens, but he was still around, more or less, and he's certainly relevant to the story. Next, please. The main issue, one of the main issues, is that some of the main protagonists of the story, we have no reliable descriptions nor ancient portraits of them. So we have more or less total freedom to depict Critias and Theramenes, initially the two leaders of the 30 tyrants, especially Critias. Next, please. And also Lysander, the great Spartan general who defeated Athens, and Thrasybulus, one of the leaders of the democratic resistance. All of these, we have no reliable description, as I said, so we have to invent them, which is both a boon and a limit. Now, next, please. I'll also consider some extra characters, fictional characters, also to balance a bit the genres, for example, the genders, for example. One thing about the character creation. One thing I hate about some comics is when you get too many characters who all look the same. Now, this confuses me. So I expect this to confuse the audience as well. Now, of course, for the Spartans, this is tricky because they were homoioi. So in theory, they were supposed to be all equal, but this, even in their style, I mean. So even so this may not help a casual reader to get involved with the story. So I definitely took some liberties here. I'll bring you an example of a related problem. Ancient portraits tended to be quite standardized. This is another work from the 80s. It's a famous work in Italian comic history, history of the East and the Greeks in comics. To give an example, this is Dionysius II of Syracuse. Next, please. And this is Philip II of Macedonia. Even the throne is the same. You just tell them apart because there's young Alexander with Philip, but they're okay. We can say that ancient portraits or description could be similar, the style could be the same, but that doesn't really help a casual reader enjoy the story when he can't tell apart main important characters. So I wanted to avoid this effect. Next, please. This is the beginning. Let's the opening scene. Which I'll use to give you an example of work I've tried to do with the ancient sources, because my aim is to incorporate as much material from the ancient sources as possible, but without making this look like a research paper in comic form, because that will be possibly a bit boring for a reader. So next, please. The guy at the bottom is Xenophon, beardless. This could already be questionable, maybe, but the statue at the center, which he contemplates from the Acropolis, is the famous statue of bronze Athena, sometimes called Promachos, after a Scollion, which was definitely there at the time. We have reconstructions and so on. That's the goddess, the goddess of Athens, and of course Xenophon is meditating why Athens has lost the protection of her patron deity as the Spartan fleet approaches. Next, please. And you can't read here, but I can translate for you, maybe.
Sure, I'm not sure how well it really. It's a little better though. Yeah.
You see, this is in Italian because for the moment both me and the artists are Italians, and we find it easier to work on it in Italian. But the project started when I was employed in Edinburgh. I moved to Bologna, so it's mixed. We aim at an English production. Anyway, Xenophon is thinking 3 generations ago, on this very day, the fathers of our fathers defeated the Persians, the Persian invaders. This is based on a supposed synchrony of with the Battle of Salamis, as reported by Plutarch, for example, which claims in some of his works that the invasion, the defeat of Athens happened on the same, in 404, happened on the same day that Athens had defeated the Persians 76 years earlier, which is of course one of those synchronies which the ancients like very much. This is Lysander's arrival, first in a sketch and then in its final, more or less final form. Here the people are watching from the walls and as the fleet approaches. And just to show you a couple of dialogues or captions. A whaling grows from the Piraeus to the city as a wave. This is based on a famous description of Xenophon's Hellenica. I saw the whaling run from the Piraeus through the long walls to the city. So I used his own words, adapted them to the comic. And here he says, we eventually pay the price for our arrogance, which is one way to translate another famous line from the Hellenica. And they thought, the Athenians, there was no way out, save only to suffer the pains which they had themselves inflicted, not in retaliation, but out of hubris, which we may translate as arrogance in this case. This is Lysander, beardless. Now, Lysander's beard is a bit tricky. It's the first topic that Plutarch himself treats in the life of Lysander. Having him without a beard is likely incorrect historically. There's no question about that. But it's also likely interesting because he's the only Spartan we have in an adult age which we have depicted this way. I think it helps reader to set him apart, and also conveys an unconventional nature, a provocative act from Lysander. He will turn out to be quite disillusioned, quite restless as a spirit. So I thought this would be interesting, and we might insert at some point a scene in which, for example, the king asks him, "What about your beard?" And it would be interesting to devise this answer. But for now, well, the obvious parallel could be Alexander, who is usually depicted beardless. That's, of course, another thing, just to say that we found this an interesting, although possibly questionable way to make him stand apart from all the other Spartans. This is the meeting between Theramenes and Lysander. A bit more, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is also based on ancient sources, on well, the way Theramenes addresses Lysander is based on his family record and everything we know from the sources. And throughout the comic, Lysander is called informally the Fox of Sparta. This is invention, of course, but it's modeled on his proverbial cunning and also on the most famous saying that Plutarch and others report about him, where the lion's skin will not reach, must be passed out with the foxes. So I thought it would be interesting to have the people address him as a Fox of Sparta, as an informal nickname for his behavior in war, unconventional behavior in war. And this is one of the last drawings we made. This is the king, the legitimate king of Sparta, Pausanias, who is not particularly happy that Lysander is so popular. So he has his camp just outside the walls of Athens, near the Academia, and a messenger comes and informs him that the Athenians have just surrendered to Lysander, and he asks to Lysander, you mean to Sparta? And then he starts to quarrel with the ephors, who, as we know, are partially side with Lysander, partially don't. And one of the ephors threatens him by reminding him his oath, which, as we know, for example, from Xenophon, is you will basically reign undisturbed as long as you respect the laws of Sparta, which is a way to threaten Pausanias that he's not doing enough, perhaps, or that Lysander is doing too much for his role. So I wanted to highlight this refined also and complex political life within Sparta, but also the contrast between some of the main characters. Okay, and here I'll just take the chance to thank the various institutions which have so far supported the project with some grants, academic and para-academic institutions. We, of course, are looking forward to establish collaboration because it's just the two of us, and this is far too much work for one person, especially if that person is me. So we are open to suggestions, and we're very happy to hear what would you like to say. We also have a teaser trailer which I can share later for some people. Partially animated teaser trailer. It's on YouTube. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, well, I'm just sort of moving down the table. I don't remember what order we were in the program. I ask Helena to go next. I just find my slides.
The slides aren't terribly important.
No, they're not. But
don't worry about the slides.
But I do have some pretty book covers.
Okay. Thank you all very much for being here, staying through the end of the day here, and thank you to the University of Nottingham for inviting me to take part in this event. I'm very honored to be in this distinguished company. I'll try to get right to the point. Everybody's probably tired. You asked, I think, originally, why did we get interested, and what are we trying to? Why write about Sparta? What have I hoped to do, and how do I go about it? The key thing for me is, and I really came really grateful to Mike's speech earlier, because that is exactly what I try to do with my novels as well, and that is to humanize Sparta. The Sparta was a real city-state filled with human beings. It was not inhabited by cartoon figures. It was not inhabited by Supermen or Batmen or Batwomen. They were human beings, and they were Greeks living in over actually several hundred years in this place where we are now. And when I came to Sparta for the first time and I saw how beautiful it was here and how fertile it was here, I said, something's wrong with that image that I was raised with about this horrible, bitter, harsh environment. I mean, Spartan, doesn't it mean that it's cruel? Doesn't the very word suggest to you that it's a desert somewhere? I was raised, I don't know how far I can get away from this mic, that the images that I was raised with, and that was before the far right turned it into, and the film 300 turned it into an even more monstrous entity, was quite negative, and it didn't fit with what I saw here. And that's when I went back and tried to get away from the secondary sources. I tried to go back to the primary sources and see what had the Spartans said about themselves, which is difficult because they didn't write a lot, but at least what other people, what other contemporaries had said. And then I tried to build that society from the ground up, but trying to see it as human beings with the following fundamental understanding of mankind, and that is that, as Mike said, we all have faults. We all make mistakes. We can be contradictory. We can be good one minute and bad another. But we remain fundamentally human. And that societies in which humans get together and try to create a city-state and how to create any kind of a political system is not monolithic. No society is monolithic and no society is static. And that's true of Sparta too. So every time we talk about Spartans were this or Spartans were that, I'd like to say, when? Are you talking about the Archaic period? Are you talking about the period of Chilon? Or are you talking about the age of Lycurgus? Or are you talking about the age of Lysander? Or maybe August II? Those are different societies. They didn't look the same. The people in them were motivated by different fears, by different ambitions. I can't, you know, I'm one human being. I settled on certain periods. I wrote one book. My first book is about what I consider the first non-aggression pact in human history, which was the founding of the Peloponnesian League, which was a non-aggression pact. It was not a pact. It was not an alliance for aggression. And I look at the defeat of Sparta by Tegea. So back again, Mike, thank you for raising this issue. Sparta was not always victorious, and I tried to, and there's a wonderful passage in Herodotus which describes how the Spartans, because they failed, they go to Delphi, and Delphi tells them to go to Athens to get a new polemarch, a new lord, a new commander. And the Athenians want the Spartans to lose, so they appoint a lame schoolmaster from Attica, who's not really living in Athens anymore, to be the new polemarch of Sparta. And I start the book with him going to Sparta, going against his will because he doesn't want this job, but he's been told he has to go. The archons of Athens have assigned him, and he hates Sparta and he has negative views of Sparta, and he has to confront his own prejudices and come to terms with the way Sparta is. And sometimes it shocks him and finds it worse than he imagined, and other times he's pleasantly surprised. And then I'd shift the point of view to a Tegean nobleman who's lost his son in the war. Though Tegea's won, he's lost his son, and he now has, and it's a story about a slave who turns out to be a Spartan on his estate. And then the perspective changes to the perspective of the slave, which we now know is actually a Spartan, when he goes back to Sparta. So the book attempts to show you, as I say, different faces of Sparta and tries to show it from different perspectives. From that, I went on to write a book about the Messenian Wars. War or wars, again, I think that's debated. The scholars in the room can correct me on that. And then I took on the subject of Leonidas. Am I going on too long, Lynn? No, it's okay. What I tried to do when you get to say, so okay, I have these bases that little tiny 3 lines in Herodotus about Tityrus, how he came to Sparta in the first place, and you have fragments of other information which I relied very heavily, I say, on Herodotus, and then when I would start to try to write something, I would go to the sources to see what information I could find, and I often found that there was nothing or very little. And then I would try to work from the information I had about human nature or about things. I was just talking earlier that, you look at the Claris. If everybody has a Claris, and a Claris is self-sufficient, is for subsistent farming, how large would that have to be in this valley? If there are 9,000 of them, could they all have walked to their mess at night? I know there were Claros on Kythera. You can't walk from Kythera and back for dinner every night. All right? So some of those people had clerics in places they couldn't go home to every day, which means they must have had houses in the city. Or take the idea that the Agoye, whether we use the term Oyogi or another term, the upbringing, there was a public school, and the boys and the girls were sent to the public school and supposedly lived in barracks in the city. And then most of the places like Stephen Pressfield will tell you that then they never saw their parents again or something, except, well, Pressfield actually isn't, but many of the others try to portray it as though they never saw their families again. That's not reasonable. There were public holidays. Their mothers were shopping in the town. Their fathers were on the drill fields. They saw their family every single day. They were simply living in a barracks, and they may have been in groups, but you can't, there was not that sharp divide. That's not the way human nature is. People would mothers would maintain contact with their sons. So that's what I attempt to do throughout my books, is try to, as I say, apply that common sense, try to apply what we know about human nature to what we know about Sparta, and try to blend them into a comprehensive and internally consistent society. That is the way Sparta is impossible, because I'm bringing knowledge that from other places like Ethiopia or Nigeria, and what I've experienced in my personal life, and somebody else writing this book would apply different rules. But I do think I've come closer than most of these portrayals of Sparta that is based which ignores common sense. You can't build a society on helot labor, by the way, and the helots were getting 50% of what they earned, not zero as the slaves in the other were Greek cities. But you can't build a society on helot labor, and you can't have every Spartiate dependent on those helots producing enough on their farms for them to pay their mess fees and the oyogi fees for their sons, and then be out slaughtering them every day. If I'm a Spartiate and my neighbor kills my best helot worker, I'm going to be mad at him about that. A society doesn't work like that. And that's why I reject so many of the things, ultimately, that have come out and are written, because they're just not logical. Sparta had a functioning economy. It was wealthy. It was one of the wealthiest states in ancient Greece. And they don't do that by killing your best workers. You don't get there. Perioeci, I think there was a question, something Lynn wanted to address. I've made the Perioeci important characters. Okay, they're not the main characters. But I've tried to point out that the Spartan economy depended on the Perioeci too, because they wanted their own citizens, their elite citizens, to focus on civic work, not just the military. They were also the judges. They were also running the schools. They were doing all of the things that we would consider civil service, servant work. They were the ambassadors. Remember, they weren't just soldiers. They were also ambassadors and judges, etc. But the people who were making money hand over fist in this economy were the Perioeci. It was the people who could have businesses, who were allowed to build ships and trade, as the Spartiates themselves were not allowed to do. They had a great deal. The Spartan army was out there dying for them, and they were making money. Not entirely, because, of course, as the Spartan citizenship numbers went down, the Perioeci had to fill those ranks, and the Perioeci started providing more and more of the hoplites. But there's a period, so I get back to my initial point, Sparta changed over time. In the Archaic period, the Perioeci do not appear to have had hoplites. Again, the scholars in the room may have a bit more recent information or better information than I, or maybe Mike, you've looked into that. As I understand it, the Perioeci in the Archaic period were providing much more of the light cavalry and other kinds of troops, rather than the heavy infantry. And then later, by the time you get to Leuctra, they're making up 2/3 of the heavy infantry or something. Correct me where I'm wrong. I'm simply trying, I don't pretend to have all the details, but I do think that by applying this common sense approach, you can come closer to what the society looked like for real human beings, which is what they really were. And I think I'll close on that.
Thank you. Thank
Except
you.
I still haven't touched your marathon point, which we need to come back to.
Well, there are lots of things, but I think that's a great introduction. I didn't have time to say Helena Schrader is an American with a German doctorate in history, who lives on Kythera, and having written her books about Sparta, has turned her novelistic attentions to the crusading period and now to the Second World War. Evi Pini is trained as an archaeologist at the University of Saloniki and works for the Department of Culture and Sport, primarily on children's activities, I think, and is a very prolific writer. Here are a few of her books, which include museum guides, mythical retellings, and I think I would call them something like young adult novels.
Yes.
Which the information about those is here, and one of them is O Kókinos Mandias, Συνωμοσίες στην κοιλάδα του Ευρώτα, which translates to the Red Mantle, Conspiracies in the Eurotas Valley. And I'm on chapter 3, so I know that it involves a young Helot girl and a Spartan peer. But I don't know how the story ends. Evi.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Να μιλήσω για το βιβλίο μου με τίτλο «Κόκκινος Μανδύας». Είναι ένα ιστορικό μυθιστόρημα που απευθύνεται σε παιδιά. Το έγραψα για νεανικό κοινό. Έγραψα λοιπόν το βιβλίο για νεανικό κοινό, θεωρώντας ότι δεν υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά βιβλία για την αρχαία Σπάρτη που να απευθύνονται σε παιδιά. Πιστεύω όμως ότι μπορεί κάλλιστα να το διαβάσει και το ενήλικο κοινό, όσοι θα ήθελαν να προσεγγίσουν με ένα ευχάριστο τρόπο την ιστορία της αρχαίας Σπάρτης. Ο υπότιτλος του βιβλίου, «Συνωμοσίες στην κοιλάδα του Ευρώτα», προειδεάζει τον αναγνώστη ότι θα διαβάσει μια ιστορία όπου μέσα υπάρχουν δολοπλοκίες, μυστικά και πολύ suspense. Η υπόθεση περιστρέφεται γύρω από πραγματικά γεγονότα που συνέβησαν στη Σπάρτη στις αρχές του 5ου αιώνα π.Χ. και συγκεκριμένα αναφέρομαι στις δολοπλοκίες του βασιλιά Κλεωμένου του Πρώτου για να εξουδετερώσει το συμβασιλέα του τον Δημάρατο και στον μυστηριώδη θάνατο του Κλεωμένη, που παρουσιάστηκε από τους εφόρους ως αυτοκτονία, αλλά είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο να πιστέψουμε ότι όντως ήταν αυτοκτονία. Εκτός από τον Κλεωμένη, στο μυθιστόρημα πρωταγωνιστούν και άλλα ιστορικά πρόσωπα, η κόρη του Ιβουργό, ο αδερφός του ο Λεωνίδας, ο Δημάρατος βέβαια, η ονομαστή για την ομορφιά της μητέρα του Δημάρατου και ο αντίπαλος του Δημάρατου που του είχε κλέψει την αραβωνιστικιά, ο Λεωτυχίδας. Γύρω από τους... Ο Δημάρατος είχε κλέψει, από τον Λεωτυχίδα την αραβωνιστικιά. Γύρω από όλους αυτούς, γύρω από όλα αυτά τα ιστορικά πρόσωπα, περιστρέφονται οι μυθιστορηματικοί μου ήρωες, τα μέλη μιας σπαρτιατικής οικογένειας της ανώτερης τάξης και οι υλωτές τους. Ανάμεσα στις δύο οικογένειες, την οικογένεια των υλώτων και την οικογένεια των Σπαρτιατών, υπάρχουν κάποιοι υπόγειοι δεσμοί, ένα παλιό οικογενειακό μυστικό που κάποιοι θέλουν να μείνει για πάντα κρυφό. Ο στόχος μου όταν έγραφα αυτό το βιβλίο δεν ήταν απλώς να αφηγηθώ μία ακόμα ιστορία για την αρχαία Σπάρτη, αλλά να βάλω κατά κάποιον τρόπο τα πράγματα στη θέση τους και να καταρρύψω, όσο αυτό φυσικά είναι δυνατόν, στερεότυπα που ο πολλής κόσμος πιστεύει για τη σπαρτιατική κοινωνία. Θα σας αναφέρω ένα παράδειγμα. Στην αρχή του βιβλίου της ιστορίας μας εμφανίζεται ένας Αθηναίος, ο Αριστοκλής, ο οποίος φιλοξενείται στη Σπάρτη από μια φιλική του οικογένεια. Βρισκόμαστε στα μέσα του καλοκαιριού και στη Σπάρτη γιορτάζουν τις γυμνοπαιδείες και η πόλη έχει δεχτεί και πολλούς άλλους ξένους, οι οποίοι φιλοξενούνται σε σπαρτιατικές οικογένειες. Οι οικοδεσπότες του νεαρού Αθηναίου τον καλούν σε ένα εορταστικό δείπνο στην συσκηνία τους, στο συσίτιό τους, το λέω για τη μετάφραση, όπου υπάρχουν και άλλοι ξένοι και κανείς δεν σερβίρει σε κανέναν με λαναζωμό. Τρώνε άλλα πιο ωραία φαγάκια. Στη συνέχεια βλέπουμε τους Σπαρτιάτες να προτείνουν στον Αθηναίο φίλο τους να μείνει μερικές ημέρες ακόμα για να πάνε ένα κυνήγι στον Ταΐγετο. Και σε αυτό το σημείο εγώ φαντάζομαι τον αναγνώστη μου να αναρωτιέται για μισό λεπτό. Και αυτή η περίφημη σπαρτιατική ξενηλασία, τι έγινε, δεν ισχύει, μήπως είναι μύθος. Άλλος ένας στόχος μου ήταν να δώσω φωνή σε αυτούς που συνήθως τους αγνοεί η ιστορία, δηλαδή στις γυναίκες και στους δούλους, στην προκειμένη περίπτωση τους σύλλογες. Και γι' αυτό έδωσα τον πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο σε ένα άτομο το οποίο συνδυάζει τα δύο αυτά χαρακτηριστικά, τις δύο αυτές ιδιότητες, είναι γυναίκα και ήλιος. Βέβαια, επειδή το βιβλίο απευθύνεται σε νεανικό κοινό, δεν ήθελα να αναφερθώ σε κάποια δύσκολα θέματα, όπως για παράδειγμα η κατασταλτική δράση των Σπαρτιατών απέναντι στους ήλωτες και το άφησα ως υπενιγμό. Άλλο ένα θέμα που επίσης με απασχόλησε ιδιαίτερα, καθώς είναι άγνωστο στο ευρύ κοινό, είναι η θέση της γυναίκας στη Σπάρτη, η οποία διαφέρει πάρα πολύ από τη θέση των υπόλοιπων γυναικών. Και γι' αυτό άλλωστε οι υπόλοιποι Έλληνες κατηγορούσαν τους Σπαρτιάτες ότι τους κυβερνούν οι γυναίκες. Στη Σπάρτη η γυναίκα είχε πολύ περισσότερα δικαιώματα από ό,τι οι γυναίκες στις άλλες ελληνικές πόλεις, δεν ήταν αόρατη, είχε λόγο και τον εξέφραζε. Και μάλιστα οι αρχαίες πηγές έχουν σώσει από φθέγματα που είχαν πει είτε επώνυμα είτε ανώνυμα γυναίκες της Λακεδαίμονος. Τέλος, αυτό που με ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ να δώσω και το προσπάθησα ιδιαίτερα είναι να παρουσιάσω τους Σπαρτιάτες σαν ανθρώπους. Πραγματικούς ανθρώπους και όχι σούπερ ήρωες και όχι καρικατούρες, όπως είπε και η κυρία Σράντερ. Και γι' αυτό κάπου εκεί που συζητούν οι Σπαρτιάτες με τον φίλο του στον Αθηναίο, του λένε «Φίλε Αθηναίε, νομίζεις ότι είμαστε διαφορετικοί, αλλά δεν είμαστε. Και εμείς ερωτευόμαστε και εμείς κάνουμε αστεία. Η διαφορά μας όμως με όλους τους υπόλοιπους Έλληνες είναι ότι οι άλλοι Έλληνες ζουν για τον εαυτό τους. Εμείς ζούμε για τη Σπάρτη. Και ξέρεις κάτι, φίλε Αθηναίε, γιατί ζούμε για τη Σπάρτη? Γιατί εμείς είμαστε η Σπάρτη. Αυτή ήταν η στόχη μου γράφοντας αυτό το βιβλίο. Δεν ξέρω αν τους κατάφερα. Αυτό θα το πει το κοινό. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. I would like, if anyone in the audience would like to chip in, I would like to throw the floor over to you. If anyone has any questions for anyone or for all of our speakers. And can we do the usual thing of coming down to the microphone, Ellen? I'm sorry. We have about 25 minutes.
Okay, so I'd like to thank everybody, but this is a question for all of you, but something that Helen and I talked about, which is that as a scholar, I see it, and I hate even saying this to you, but I see it as almost hopeless, at least in my country, to change, for example, the far right's perceptions of Sparta. I don't think they would care, right, about how much I know or how much information I have. So one of the things I'm wondering is whether it is through literature or, you know, in a sense, what other paths, and it's not just about Sparta, but just misuses of the past, right? I mean, Sparta is just right now, at least in my country, it's one of many. So what I'm wondering is what we think literature can do or other media can do that let's say, scholarship cannot achieve.
Great question. And let Mike answer. Mike, if you have anything to say, please do. I mean, one of the things that I love about the work of all our all our contributors is that although Thermopylae lurks in the background of some of the works, it's clearly it's a model for parts of 300, which is very for parts of 3, which is very much an anti-300. Though I would say that's not all it is. It's clearly that's in its DNA. The Queen of Sparta actually focuses on the aftermath of Thermopylae. Thermopylae is eventually told in flashback, but it doesn't make it as prominent as it is sometimes is. Helena, a woman fully resisted dealing with Thermopylae without giving us several hundred pages of Leonidas's earlier life. There has to be invention there, but that's what fiction is for. And therefore Thermopylae comes in when it comes in a context. But I'm also so delighted that she wrote about Tegea and Tertaios and the earlier period. 30 will focus on a different part of history, and Okokinos Mandias clearly looks at an earlier period with the death of Cleomenes as well. So I think one of the things that fiction can do is get some of the other stories out there, and there are novels about Brasidas. Don't tell me you actually wrote them. No, I didn't think the name was connected. Do any of our authors have something to say?
We're not going to change the opinions of the right-wing extremists that are misusing Sparta. We may, however, be able to change the views of those who are not already infected. In other words, it's appalling how many of them there are out there on the right, but ultimately they're not the majority. And I was very pleased and astonished to find that my novel about the boy of the Yoyi is being read in Tennessee schools in their book clubs. And those are kids who aren't yet, as far as I know, oath takers or whatever. What is it they called? Whatever. So that, and if they read my book about the Yoyi, it's not 300. And it's very, very different. So I think if anybody who's reading, Evi's, anyone's reading Evi's book as a youth, they're not going to fall into the pit of believing the cartoon. So that's the bottom line.
We may be able to inoculate, yes. Donna Zuckerberg is quite good on this, writing about the misappropriation of the ancient world by anti-feminists, and it makes the very clear point that telling them they're wrong is not the answer. I mean, I think for the other people listening in on the conversation, it's maybe important to keep saying they're wrong, and we're not necessarily going to get to them, but we might be able to get to other people. Any other responses? Metaxia.
Θα ήθελα και εγώ, γιατί ήταν πολύ σημαντική και ουσιαστική η ερώτηση, και θέλω να καταθέσω πως είναι πάρα πολύ παρήγορο το ότι οι συγγραφείς και οι καλλιτέχνες καταθέτουν αυτή την προσέγγιση την ουσιαστική, και η επίδραση που ασκείται μέσω της λογοτεχνίας και της τέχνης είναι πολύ μεγάλη σε σχέση με τα συνθήματα ή την παραπληροφόρηση, την προπαγάνδα που κάνει η πολιτική. Στην πολιτική είναι πολύ δύσκολα τα πράγματα, αν και τα πάντα είναι πολιτικά, αλλά παίζει πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο και η διαμόρφωση από τον πολίτον κόσμο, τον απλό τον κόσμο που εισπράττει την αναβίωση μιας εποχής μέσα από την τέχνη. Όταν υπάρχουν λοιπόν τέτοιες καταγραφές που είτε απευθύνονται όπως το έργο της κυρίας Πίνη, της Εύα, στα παιδιά, που είναι ένας πολύ σημαντικός παράγοντας, τα παιδιά πώς θα τα εκπαιδεύσουμε, με τι εικόνα και τι πρότυπα θα προβάλλουμε. Όταν περνούν λοιπόν μέσα από τα κόμιξ τους, από τις αφηγήσεις τους, από την λογοτεχνία, τα λογοτεχνικά τους διαβάσματα, αναγνώσματα, η εικόνα αυτή η μιλιταριστική της Σπάρτης, σίγουρα θα διαιωνιστεί όλη αυτή η ιστορία που 200 τόσα χρόνια έτσι κατατρέχει τη φήμη της Σπάρτης. Όταν όμως καταγράφονται ιστορικά μυθιστορήματα, όπως η κυρία Σνάντερ, που φωτίζει την κοινωνία την ίδια και δίνει μια άλλη έτσι, εικόνα πιο κοντά στην πραγματικότητα, αυτό επηρεάζει και επηρεάζει τον πολύ τον κόσμο και τον απλό τον κόσμο. Και σιγά σιγά θα μπει το δίλημμα, σήμερα αυτό συζητάμε όλη μέρα, το πώς θα περιορίσουμε αυτήν την άσχημη εικόνα, θα την ανατρέψουμε την εικόνα αυτή και θα φανεί η πραγματική έτσι Σπάρτη, που είναι το ζητούμενο. Πάντα βέβαια θα υπάρχουν οι δυσημίες, οι προβληματισμοί, οι αντιθέσεις, γιατί είναι μια κοινωνία πολλών χρόνων πριν. Έχουμε την τάση να γενικεύουμε. Είπε η κυρία Σνάντερ ποια εποχή. Άλλη η αρχαϊκή εποχή, άλλο η κλασική εποχή της Σπάρτης, άλλο η μικηναϊκή. Είναι χιλιάδες χρόνια, άλλο και η προϊστορική τώρα που έρχεται και περιμένουμε με αγωνία τον κύριο Κάβανο και το Φοβουνό να δούμε και αυτή την τύχη, την πιο παλιά ιστορία της Σπάρτης. Ή η ελληνιστική και ρωμαϊκή Σπάρτη που δημιούργησε και όλον αυτό τον θρύλο. Αναφέρονται οι συγγραφείς στα έργα τους πάρα πολύ στο θέμα της αγωγής. Ένα τεράστιο κεφάλαιο. Και η αγωγή πώς παρουσιάζεται με το κλισέ της διαμαστίγωσης και όλη αυτή την αρνητική έτσι πλευρά μέσα από το ρωμαϊκό αμφιθέατρο στην Ορθία, ή η αγωγή εκείνη που είναι πιο κοντά στην πραγματικότητα, όπως ήταν τα αρχαϊκά χρόνια, που ήταν ακριβώς η διαπαιδαγώγηση, η δημόσια των παιδιών της Σπάρτης. Πολύ πιο κοντά στην αγωγή και των άλλων πόλων κρατών, γιατί δεν υπήρχαν έτσι και πολύ μεγάλες διαφορές. Ήταν λίγο πιο περίπλοκη, πιο πολυσύνθετη κοινωνία, αλλά όμως εμείς εκεί σκοπεύουμε, στον πολύ τον κόσμο, και σιγά σιγά πιστεύω θα καταρριφθεί αυτό το έτσι, στερεότυπο.
Any other contributions from the floor?
Thank you very much. I have a remark and a question. The remark is that there exists also a French literature about Sparta in comics, what we call bande dessinée, BD. And in fact, if you go to internet, you search for Spart Lombard, which is the publisher, Lombard, and you find 3 volumes which are about Sparta during the Hellenistic period. And some of the characters are in opposition to Nabis due to the fact that they are influenced by the reputation of toughness of Sparta, or previous Sparta, that's what you said. And now my question, are you influenced when you write your books by a game such as Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Do you use it? Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a game which allows the player to choose between different solutions in order to go in some places or in others.
If you have something to say, Matteo. We do feel that game...
I devoted many of my hours to Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and so I... yes and no, in the meaning that that's an example of a product with a huge budget, which no other work of art normally can access. They had done a great work at reconstructing Greece, 5th century Greece, I think, from even from mainly a geographical and architectural point of view, with many, many artistic licenses, perhaps a bit too many. Sparta is one of those examples. It's almost a Baroque Sparta, which reminds me of some of those 19th century engravings, for example, or 18th century engravings, also of sort of completely imaginary Sparta. What I do like in Assassin's Creed is the fact that they managed to give some didactic contents, because it includes a database, it has some interactions between the protagonist and, for example, Aristophanes, Pericles, and real characters. So it is a way to educate gamers in this case to the Peloponnesian War period, because that's the setting. I think that for the budget it employs, it's a bit. They have devoted a lot of the budget to details which I don't think can be appreciated by the average user. And they have left out some other things that it would have been better to include, but that's my personal taste. That is certainly one point of which, I mean, the Assassin's Creed Odyssey is, of course, one example which I cannot ignore, since it's probably the biggest hit in classical Greek history and modern media in the latest in the recent years. If we look at the sheer budget and the sheer accessibility of the product. Yes, I know they had some historical consultants. I'm not sure how many of these were academics or I don't know the details of the creative process in that case, but there are some pretty big, I don't call them mistakes, but licenses, even in well-known buildings or sites, for example, which is a bit confusing, I think, but I mean, artistic choices.
I mean, we have no representation of any on-screen, anyone working in an on-screen industry. We did approach one of the consultants on Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and she was unable to participate. We hope that we will get her to participate in a Sparta Live session in the future. Enormous things come into play when it comes to something that costs that much. Not all novelists are concerned with accuracy, but when you're creating a work of art by committee and having to turn a profit, when the expenditure is so great, I think all sorts of other things can take over. Thank you for reminding us of the French tradition. We know there are many traditions out there. Just for the sake of my own sanity, I confine my work to Anglophone treatments, fictional treatments of Sparta. So I do read Valerio Massimo Manfredi because he has been translated. I have seen copies of Spart from Steve's personal collection. I don't own my own. But yes, there is so much more out there, and we have Italy and Greece represented here, so as well as the Anglophone world, and of course a reminder that one of our writers who's not able to participate in the discussion is from he's not from the West at all. Steve, do you have some closing remarks as well? The program mentions closing remarks by you. Are you expecting to deliver closing remarks? No, that's fine. In that case, we don't need to worry about making space for them.
This is just a very small response to Matteo's question about the historical consultants for the Assassin's Creed Odyssey. We at CSPS were actually approached to see whether we would be interested in being the historical consultants. That's Chrysanthi, Lynn and myself. And we indicated that we would in principle, but then there was some breakdown in communication which I can't quite understand. And when the communication was restored, it turned out they'd used an academic, a Canadian academic, whom I didn't know at all, and was certainly not a Sparta expert, but whom they'd used before for some consultancy, and she had sort of been their historical consultant. So that was an opportunity that we just missed out on.
On the fact that games allow the player to make different choices and therefore have the possibility of branching narratives, I think this is something very, very interesting. And it's very unfortunate that Kieron Gillen, who used to be a games journalist, is not able to participate in the discussion following that particular question. But I'm not a gamer myself, and I do feel it's a big hole in our reception teaching at Nottingham, in my own research. It's such an important medium in the modern day. Mike, please.
Right into it. And Steve, correct me if I'm wrong here. So if I remember correctly, Kieron Gillen, when he wrote 3, made a conscious decision to put face markings on the members of the cryptei. When you saw those proof pages, you said, this is not accurate. And Kieron said, I know, I'm going to do it anyway, and here's why. And he made, am I right in that, in my recollection? I think I am. Okay. So we know that he did this. And his argument was, yes, historical accuracy is important. But also, I'm attempting to create a commercially viable and successful story. And I have to make choices in that regard. So in your cases, you have 2 temptations. One is we all want to be commercially successful and have our art do well. But the second thing is commercial success means a bigger audience. And a bigger audience means that your more correct or almost entirely correct impression of Sparta reaches the largest audience possible. So do you find yourself facing those similar choices between the reality of your topic and the goal to make a commercially viable work of art, and how do you address that?
Εγώ με την ιδιότητα του αρχαιολόγου έχω ένα πρόβλημα. Δεν μπορώ να το ξεπεράσω αυτό. Δηλαδή δεν μπορώ να πω εντάξει, ποιητική αδεία, ας το κάνουμε κάπως αλλιώς γιατί θα είναι πιο εμπορικό. Προσπαθώ να μείνω εκεί. Και επειδή έχω ασχοληθεί και με ταινίες μικρού μήκους, στον τύπο των κινουμένων σχεδίων, για τον Λέοντα των Κιθήρων, για το αρχαίο θέατρο, για την εκπαχία της Σαλαμίνας, 3 από τα θέματα που έχω δουλέψει, τους σχεδιαστές μου τους είχα πολύ πιέσει να μην ξεπερνάνε τα όρια, αυτά που είχα θέσει εγώ. Βέβαια, όταν είδα τους 300, είπα εντάξει, είναι κινηματογράφο. Δεν είναι σύγγραμμα ιστορικό. Οι καλλιτέχνες έχουν το δικαίωμα. Εμένα όμως λίγο το θέμα του ότι είμαι αρχαιολόγος και δεν θέλω να πω κάτι το οποίο δεν έχω βρει στις πηγές, κάπως με μπλοκάρει, κάπως με εμποδίζει να αφαιθώ τόσο πολύ.
Mike, my answer to that is we don't know what will be commercially successful. And I've seen, there's a jumping to my other topic, the film about the Kingdom of Heaven, which portrays Balian to Evelyn as a black son's, the son of the bastard son of a living in France as a blacksmith, and then goes to the Holy Land and, you know, meets this peaceful, loving Saladin, is totally inaccurate. And it's much less interesting than the historical story of the Baron of Evelyn, and who, I don't want to go there because that's not the topic of this. We don't know that historical accuracy is necessarily less appealing. We have to, I think our duty is to make the history write the history so well. My job as an artist is to make the history so good that I don't have to change it to be successful. And if I don't do that, it's my failing. But I don't change the history because I'm chasing after the illusion of being successful. Because I don't know what will make my book really successful.
In the words of William Goldman, nobody knows anything. Which is why composition by committee gets into such a mess sometimes. Though I have read novels set in the ancient world where I think, honestly, the if not the truth, the ancient rumors were more interesting than the inventions you have come up with. I name no names. Not on mic. Okay. I think everybody's tired. I know that I am. Hello? Is someone waving? No? I think Steve isn't expecting to give closing remarks. And my brain just went. I want to thank all our speakers. I hope that we may have brought to your attention some works that you weren't familiar with, or given you a chance to hear from the creator of a work that you are familiar with and love. There are some people from Sparty here. There is a bookshop called, and I don't know where the accent goes, the Inekes. They definitely have more copies of Tris, the Greek translation of Three. I know that because I know the publisher of Tris. I gave them a list of the other people who have published in Greek. So they certainly know about Evi's works and about Helena's the translation. So they may have stocked up on a couple of those. So pop in there. We may be able to give away a couple of copies of Tris just now. Yeah. And if anyone knows any publishers who might be interested in translating more of Helena's works, or
Alpha's actually signed on for 2 more.
have they? Oh, good. I'm glad. That's wonderful. Or perhaps Tariq's work. Matteo, once Trent is finished, I will put you in touch with Jemma Comics. One final thing, which is a selfish thing. I am very interested in the Greek response to fiction set in ancient Greece. I'm particularly interested in the responses to Tris. 3. I was permitted by Kieron and Steve to observe the creation process, and I'm now interested in researching the reception process. I will be in Sparty for the following week. If anyone is interested in talking to me either about Tris, or about other works of fiction set in ancient Greece, I would be very happy to hear from you. So that's the bookshop, that's my own research. Can we thank again our speakers for their contributions today and for their wonderful work that brings Sparta to life in all its complexity and all its humanity, which is what fiction can do. And thank you all.